Fox 9 News at 11.
Great to have you along as we get going on this Monday. Hope you had a terrific weekend. Maybe some.
Well, good afternoon, and thank you for joining us on Fox Local, YouTube, and Fox9.com for our gavel-to-gavel coverage of the Apple River stabbing trial. I am Paul Bloom here in the Fox 9 studios. Of course, it's taken nearly 2 full years to get here, but there now is a jury seated in St. Croix County Circuit Court over there in Hudson, Wisconsin, to hear the evidence against Nicolae Miu. As many of you are aware, of course, Miu charged with stabbing multiple tubers on the Apple River in western Wisconsin on a hot summer day, July 30th, 2022. Miu, an engineer from Prior Lake, is now 54 years old. He has been jailed ever since the deadly encounter on the river. He and his attorneys will soon get the chance to tell their story of what happened. They are claiming self-defense, that he reacted to protect his own life on the river. As for the charges, they are severe. They are on your screen here. 1 count, first-degree intentional murder. A conviction on that count alone, life in prison. He is also facing 4 counts of attempted first-degree murder, what's known as a Class B felony in Wisconsin, with penalties ranging up to a maximum of 60 years behind bars. Those attempted murder counts, 1 each for 4 younger tubers who were stabbed and survived their injuries. Of course, we know 17-year-old Isaac Schuman was killed that day. Isaac was from Stillwater. His family shattered by the loss, described by some as a, quote, absolute light with a promising future. In fact, as a teenager, he had his own car and boat detailing business, and he ran it out of Stillwater High School. He played golf, had dreams of a college degree in electrical engineering. His heartbroken mother listed as a prosecution witness at this trial. Now, we recently flew our Fox 9 drone over the Apple River. It is a beautiful waterway that is a huge summertime draw in western Wisconsin. We were talking about lazy floats down the running river and around the village of Somerset on inflatable tubes. We also know it is a magnet for young people to gather up and down the river for some sun, some drinking, and honestly, some partying. Now, the question so many continue to ask is, how could this happen? A total of 5 young tubers stabbed in that environment, including Schuman, and what has been described as an escalating confrontation between Miu and a couple groups of tubers, ranging likely from their late teens, from what we know from court documents, up into their 20s. Again, Miu claiming self-defense, that he feared for his life. The state clearly sees a deliberate effort to kill and injure in these charges, believing Miu had alternatives to pulling out a knife. Now, at the table set here, I now want to bring in a legal analyst to discuss this case and get us ready for opening statements, currently scheduled to get underway at the top of the hour. This local defense attorney Eric Nelson joining us via Zoom. Nelson, of course, no stranger to high-profile, high-stakes trials. He served as Derek Chauvin's lead counsel. But before that, he won an acquittal in a deadly self-defense trial nearly 10 years ago that bears some similarities to what is at stake here. The young defendant charged with murder in that case, Levi Aker Kendall. Levi testified in his own defense, telling that Wisconsin jury exactly what happened. And Eric, I've asked you this before. Does Nicolae Miu sort of have to follow that playbook you had for Levi Aker Kendall? And does Miu have to take this stand in his own defense?
Good afternoon, Paul. I do think that it is going to be an important consideration for the defense in this particular case to have Mr. Miu testify. The law of self-defense requires him to explain how he was feeling, what he was fearing, and it's going to be very important for the jury to hear his thoughts on the matter, to believe him.
And I want you to dive a little deeper on the claims of self-defense under Wisconsin law. What does the state need to prove? What does Miu need to establish to have the killing and stabbings be justified? I'm thinking kind of along the terms of the stand your ground statutes so many have become familiar with across the country.
It's important to note that while Wisconsin does have a stand your ground or a castle doctrine type of a defense, it would not apply in this particular case. Wisconsin's castle doctrine really only applies to those individuals who act in self-defense in their home their car, or in their place of business. So what the state is going to have to prove is essentially that Mr. Miu acted intentionally. The defense will, in raising self-defense, has what's called an affirmative defense, meaning that they're going to have to advance some evidence that Mr. Miu was acting reasonably in self-defense. And essentially what that means is that Mr. Miu reasonably believed that he was about to undergo some attack against his person, and that attack, could result in great bodily harm or death to himself. The state will then have to disprove the elements or prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Miu did not act in self-defense. There are considerations that will be involved in this case, including, was the amount of force he used reasonable? Was the threat reasonable? Did he have an opportunity? And while it's not an element, but did he have an opportunity to retreat? Those types of things will have to be addressed in this trial.
And we're taking a look now outside the St. Croix County Circuit Courthouse in Hudson there. Again, Eric, getting ready for opening statements. There is a jury seated. I do want to make note of that. We do have a jury in place. I'm told from a courthouse observer, we're looking at roughly half and half, male, female. They went through jury selection quite quickly this morning, a little bit different the way they do it over in Wisconsin and Minnesota. We typically have seen individual jurors questioned and then a lengthy process. And this one, prospective jurors got a 15-page questionnaire, Eric. They responded in writing. The judge, just based off of those written answers, had dismissed several dozen prospective jurors and then showed up today, basically told both sides he thinks the jury's in this room. They quickly went through jury selection, and we have a jury with opening statements expect to begin at the top of the hour just as soon as they get the jury sworn in. I'm just wondering at this point, maybe moving away from just legal strategy here, Eric, is what's going through the attorneys' minds right now? This case, nearly 2 years old. What are they thinking as they head into opening statements? What does each side want to establish with this jury pool?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, let me just start by kind of addressing the jury selection process in Wisconsin is considerably different than it is in Minnesota. It is a much more controlled process in Wisconsin than it is in Minnesota. In the opening statements, what you're really trying to do is trying to connect with that jury and not overpromise what they are going to see over the next days or weeks of this trial. You're going to try to lay out your best defense based on evidence that you know the jury will be seeing, that you know that the jury is going to be able to consider in this trial, and connect with that jury in such a way, as the defense at least, you know, your case isn't going to be coming forward for several days. So you need to make sure that they know and that they're thinking about that defense as the prosecution is presenting their witnesses.
That was different. We do not have cameras inside the courtroom for jury selection. That was different, obviously, from your high-profile defense of Derek Chauvin. So we don't know exactly how jury selection went across the river in Hudson this morning. But from some early reporting, I did see a lot of hands went up in this pool when they were asked, has anybody tubed down the Apple River? So I just think a lot of the hands went up for that, and I could just see, you know, maybe they haven't formed opinions or heard specifics about this case, but that Apple River runs right through the heart of St. Croix County. I'm sure this is a relatable case in that sense. Like, how could this happen in something in a place I'm so familiar with?
Sure, I'm sure that the jurors are kind of thinking about that themselves, right? This is our home area. This is where we live. This is where we spend our time with our kids in the summer, or have spent our time with our kids and families in the summer. There's, from my understanding, you know, concerns about the graphic nature of the evidence that's going to be shown, especially when it comes to your own backyard. That's going to be a concern. You want to try to get past some of that when you're both the prosecutor and the defense. They want to get past and make sure that they have a jury that is going to be neutral and willing to listen to both sides of the case.
And again, waiting for 1 o'clock, opening statements in the Apple River stabbing trial. Eric, we may not see it. I don't know how it will work during opening statements, but our understanding is the crucial piece of evidence here is cell phone video capturing nearly 3.5 minutes before the deadly stabbing and the stabbing incident itself, sort of the build-up, and then about 55 seconds worth of aftermath. We'll get into kind of why that number is important, because the defense didn't want the second portion of that video played in court, feeling it might be emotional, difficult to watch, and that the incident had already taken place. The judge will allow the entirety of the video to be shown. It was shot by a peer or a friend of Isaac Schuman and in that group of tubers that day. How critical is this video and what it shows? Will this trial come down to what's on that cell phone video?
I think it's probably the most critical piece of evidence that is going to be presented in this case, because it puts the jury in the moment of the incident. The jury will get to see everything as it considers both self-defense and the prosecution's case. So the video is going to be critical in reviewing the complaint. When they go through, sort of a minute by minute explanation of what that video purports to show, it's going to be critical both for the prosecution and for the defense. It's going to be critical for the prosecution because, as they point out in the complaint, there are aspects of that video that contradict what the defendant made, the statement the defendant made after the incident. And those types of inconsistencies are going to be prosecutors to establish. As far as the defense is concerned, it really, when the jury is ultimately instructed on the law, they're going to be instructed that you, the jury, need to put yourselves in the place of the defendant. What was that defendant feeling? What was he observing? And really try to put the jury into the perspective that the defendant had, Mr. Miu had in that moment. So for the defense, a lot of those, as I kind of told you the other day, a lot of those inconsistencies may be forgivable by a jury because of the pandemonium, because of the fear, because of everything that the video is going to show.
And will it come in at openings? Does the judge need to give special permission for that to happen? My understanding coming into today that it would not be shown in openings and would likely have to be introduced into the young man who shot it, about a gentleman by the name of Jawan Cockfield. In Wisconsin, can the state, can a defense attorney introduce it, or does it have to come through proper evidentiary rules and through a witness that sort of had ownership of it?
Generally speaking, absent some agreement on the part of the parties, any evidence will have to go through the proper foundation and evidentiary rules before it becomes admissible. There are cases where the parties will agree that, hey, I want to use segments or clips of something that we know is going to be coming into evidence during my opening statement. And if both parties agree, the judge will allow it. In this particular case, I know that there was some dispute about whether the entirety of the video would be coming in. All of the before, during, and after will be coming into evidence. So it's unlikely that the parties made such an agreement without having the court's ruling. These lawyers, all of the lawyers involved for both sides, have been diligently preparing their cases, and that includes preparing their opening statements. So if they did not use it, or they did not, make that agreement beforehand, it's not likely to be shown during the opening statements.
Okay, and my courthouse sourcing had suggested it wouldn't be shown today, so perhaps as soon as tomorrow we'll have to wait for that. But it will be fascinating. Eric, right now, the court calendar suggests a 2-week trial, dozens of witnesses on both sides. Today's opening statements, I don't want to get too far down the road, but does everybody who's on the river that day, do they need to be called? Does the jury want to see and hear from everyone who saw what every moment? Will that play out over these next couple weeks in Hudson?
Yeah, I don't know that every witness who's on a witness list will be called, but if their name is not on the witness list, then they can't be called. So it's very common for lawyers to sort of stack the witness list with potential witnesses, and for all of the lawyers to be prepared to direct or cross-examine any one of those witnesses. More often than not, you will see a significant narrowing of the witnesses that will actually be called. People who have firsthand knowledge or information, people who made these videos, for example, they will have to be called. There will be a lot of witnesses, and whether or not it lasts the entire 2 weeks is obviously yet to be seen.
Understood. Again, opening statements now, maybe about 15 minutes away. Eric, I want to catch our breath here. And as we wait for these opening statements, I revisited what happened that July day. So let me take this moment to remind our viewers exactly how we got here. As the snow melts into the running Apple River this spring, the memories and the horrors of what happened along this picturesque waterway on a hot July day nearly 2 years ago now will ripple from these banks into a western Wisconsin courtroom.
I was so scared and just so worked up and anxious.
In the days following the deadly stabbing back in 22, we started learning how this popular destination for summertime floats and daytime drinking became a crime scene.
It's insane that things can escalate so fast.
Fox 9 spoke to Riley Mattson in her hospital bed shortly after she was one of 5 people stabbed. Isaac Schuman of Stillwater was killed, the teen's death shattering his family.
I know Isaac can't come back to me physically, but with his spirit, I will always feel him with me.
I honestly didn't even know anybody else was stabbed.
Then 24 years old, Riley told me at the time she suffered a punctured lung, her diaphragm and stomach badly damaged from the knife wound.
Because to be honest with you, I thought I was going to lose my life too.
According to the authorities, the suspect was eventually arrested in this general area in the village of Somerset about 1 hour after fleeing the bloodshed of that stabbing scene upriver. And now soon, a St. Croix County jury will have the ultimate say on justice.
In count 1, you've been charged with first-degree intentional homicide. That is a Class A felony. Upon conviction, you face a sentence of life imprisonment.
The district attorney's office quickly filed murder and attempted murder charges against Nicolae Miu of Prior Lake. He was tubing that day with his wife and friends. Prosecutors maintain Miu was the aggressor and could have retreated from the encounter.
All rise.
Now 54 years old, Miu remains jailed, awaiting trial after pleading not guilty to all charges, claiming self-defense.
This is a case where something went wrong in the encounter on the river and escalated.
In court filings, Miu said he was simply using snorkel gear to search the river for a lost cell phone when a group of tubers instigated the confrontation by calling him obscene names. Miu claims they attacked him in the water and he feared for his life. Critical cell phone video capturing several minutes of what happened both before and after the stabbings is expected to be played in court.
And I thought he had punched me in my stomach. And I'm like, oh my goodness. Like, I was telling my friends, I was like, I think he punched me really hard. Like, this feels weird. And we both had looked down and I instantly was bleeding. I obviously was stabbed.
Riley, who acknowledged she was drinking on the river that day with a group of friends, is expected to testify under oath when the trial starts in Hudson on Monday.
I was irritated to kind of hear, about the self-defense thing. Because whether or not we were in the wrong for going over and confronting him, he still was the one to make the first move. He still could have walked away. He could have done anything like that. And that's kind of what irritates me the most.
And Eric, I don't know if you could heard that whole story the way our video hookup is linked, but we heard from one of the stabbing victims by the name of Riley Mattson. She was injured. She'd spoken to me via Zoom from her hospital bed at Regions at the time. Days later, still trying to process what had happened. She was foggy, and we didn't get the entirety of the story there, but she is obviously a witness in the case and we would certainly expect to see her sworn under oath and have to testify at this case once we get past opening statements and into the trial portion. We expect that the first witnesses to be called tomorrow, again waiting for this 1 o'clock start, a jury being sworn in, and then opening statements. But one of the things I mentioned in that in my reporting there was the retreating. Did Nicolae Miu it's a river, it's open, presumably it's a shallow, flowing river. It does bring water into play with the idea of someone could be drowned, but it's open, left, right, north, south, east, west. We don't exactly know how the groups formed around Nicolae Miu, the defendant here, but how critical will that be for both sides to establish either an inability to get out of this situation with perhaps a growing group growing agitated with whatever was going on, and then Miu alone trying to maybe get back to his group, get away from it? How important is the idea of establishing a path of retreat, if you will?
Sure. That's probably one of the primary differences between Minnesota and Wisconsin's law. In Minnesota, you have a duty to retreat if possible. And one of the factors, actually one of the elements of self-defense in Minnesota is the duty to retreat. In Wisconsin, it is not required. It is not an element of self-defense. That being said, it is a factor that if the court authorizes that in its instruction, that can be considered by the jury in determining the reasonableness of the amount of force that Mr. Miu used. So if he used if the jury were to conclude that the force was reasonable, then he would not have a duty to retreat. But if the jury were to consider or determine that the amount of force was not reasonable, they are in part considering that he would have had the ability to retreat. So it is a factor, but it's not going to be a critical factor. Again, it's my understanding that in this particular situation, you're in a situation where you're surrounded. It appears, from what I've heard through reporting, that Mr. Miu may have been surrounded on all sides. You're looking at the circumstances, being in the river versus being in his car and having the ability to drive away from the situation. So it is going to be a factor, but it's not going to be a critical factor, that being the duty to retreat.
And one aspect of this case that I'm fascinated by, and this is one that hasn't really played out in the public relations game and the court of public opinion, if you will. The charges were filed. The two sides have argued over it on filings, but families haven't come out. I believe the Riley Mattson, that one stabbing victim, may be the only victim who shared her story publicly, and she shared it with us at Fox 9. So there's a lot of this we just don't know. We rely on the court documents here. And one of the questions that remains is whose knife was it? Now, my courthouse sourcing says it absolutely was Mr. Miu's knife. He had it in his pocket. That's what his wife testifies to here. But during statements he made to authorities, he said he took a knife off somebody who pulled it on him in the river that day. So the question here, kind of 2 points. One is, if he lied to authorities, how bad does it look? Is knife ownership going to be critical in establishing this case again for both sides? Just your thoughts on this, that perhaps a defendant of the aftermath with no attorney present, that's another issue we can talk about a little later, but he lies that it wasn't his knife, but in the end it is going to be his. I'm just wondering, can you bring a knife, if you will, to a river altercation where no one else is armed?
Sure. I mean, there's kind of lots of layers to unpack there. There's nothing illegal about possessing a knife, nothing illegal about possessing a knife on a river while you're tubing. In fact, some could argue that it's an important thing to have to help, to cut a line or to help someone out in a particular circumstance. So the ownership of the knife is going to be of minimal value to both sides, with the exception of the fact that if Mr. Miu's statement, he denies that he owned the knife, that's going to be an area of weakness perhaps for the defense. And something that the state may argue is that he lied once, he's going to lie in the future. So from the complaint, it appears that it is visible in the video that Mr. Miu pulled the knife from his pocket. Again, as I kind of said before, however, that video and the importance of that video is going to be so critical to really analyze the entirety of what happened. Because when you add alcohol into the mix, when you add emotion into the mix, I'm going to venture a guess that there are tremendous inconsistencies amongst everyone's statements, not just Mr. Miu's. So you've got high emotion, you've got a lot of people involved, you've got a lot of victims in this particular case, that the truth is going to lie somewhere in between all of those statements. And that's the benefit of the self-defense claim is that Mr. Miu is presumed innocent. And so I think when we talk about some of those inconsistencies, whether they come from Mr. Miu or whether they come from other witnesses, the circumstances themselves the jury will be able to in part forgive people for those inconsistencies because we have that video. I think it would be a much more problematic issue for the defense if the video did not exist.
And with that, Eric, I want to leave it there. Hang on with us, but I do want to play a little bit more from Riley Madison. Again, this is one of the stabbing victims who survived that day. I mentioned I sat down via Zoom. She was in the hospital at the time. She had been drinking the day of the stabbing. She was shaken. She admitted at the time she was foggy. But I think as we head into opening statements coming up here at the top of the hour, it's important to hear from Riley now, in her own words.
Kind of tell me how this whole thing went down.
And I thought he had punched me in my stomach. And I'm like, oh my goodness. Like, I was telling my friends, I was like, I think he punched me really hard. Like, this feels weird. And we both had looked down and I instantly was bleeding. I obviously was stabbed like instantly. I didn't really see a knife. I recall maybe something kind of poking out of his fingers, kind of like this, holding down by his side, but I don't recall for sure if it was a blade or not. My friend instantly, saw that I was bleeding out and yelled to my other friends, "You need to call 911." And to be honest, after that, no idea what happened. I remember holding my wound, kind of walking around, just kind of like asking everybody, like, what do I do? Do I walk? Do I go find help? Do I lay down on a tube? Like, I feel like I'm dying. Like, what do I do? Everybody's like, I don't know. Like, I don't know what to do. I honestly didn't even know anybody else was stabbed. I was not paying attention to any of that. I was focused on myself because I was so scared and just so worked up and anxious. So from that point, I was put on a tube and my friends were kind of pushing me down the river. And there was another group, I think, that was maybe ahead of us. I don't know if they were ahead of us or if they had came behind us, but they actually helped me hold my wound closed to stop the bleeding until the cops had came. And then when the cops came, they put me on the road and I kind of laid there for a few minutes until the ambulance showed up. And then I was put in the ambulance and brought here and had surgery.
All right.
I was irritated to kind of hear, about the self-defense thing, because whether or not we were in the wrong for going over and confronting him, he still was the one to make the first move. He still could have walked away. He could have done anything like that, and that's kind of what irritates me the most. I'm 5'5", 120 pounds. I can barely handle myself, so there's not a whole lot I feel like I could have done. Because to be honest with you, I thought I was going to lose my life too. And like I said, I didn't even know anybody else was hurt. The only reason that I knew somebody was hurt was because I was laying on the road and I could hear one of my friends that had been stabbed say, like, please don't help me. You need to go help her. Like, she is doing bad. You need to go help her. So everybody else that was involved, I knew, except for Isaac. So like on my left side, I was punctured a little bit in my left lung, and then he kind of messed up my diaphragm. So I actually have about 30 staples going from my belly button up my stomach, where they had to go in to fix my diaphragm. And then they had to put in a chest tube. And then I did have a nose tube that kind of went all the way through. I'm pissed. I am very, 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 very angry because I have to almost like relive my life and relearn how to live. I have to have people help me shower, go to the bathroom. I choke on water sometimes, like just like every little thing like that. It's insane that things can escalate so fast, and that people just don't care about anybody in this world. And the world is just getting sadder and sadder. It's a very, very scary place to live in, and it makes me want to stay home for the rest of my life.
There's no way that an outing on the Apple River should end like this, right? I mean, this is...
No, shouldn't. I've been there a couple times before. I'm from that area. So I don't live out there currently right now, but I am from that area, and I would never in a million years expect anything like that to happen.
Just some thoughts and sounds from Riley Mattson. Again, that's the days immediately following this deadly stabbing on the Apple River. Eric, I know you're still here. Our camera has just gone live in court. It does mean we are on the record. I believe we can now dip in and listen into the judge, Michael Waterman, as this trial gets underway.
One objection during Mr. Troffice's voir dire. The objection had to do with questions about high-stress events in the jurors' lives. I asked Mr. Troffice to connect that more with the jurors' ability to be fair and impartial in the trial, and to steer away from anything that might be viewed as conditioning the jury to better understand the experiences of either Mr. Miu or the other witnesses during the incident. Mr. Anderson, is there more that you want to say?
No.
All right. Mr. Troffice?
No, sir.
All right. Next, this morning there was a request to allow Sandra Miu to sit in the courtroom despite the sequestration order. Having given it some thought, I will grant that request. The reason for sequestration is to mitigate the risk of witnesses conforming their testimony to what they hear in the courtroom. Ms. Miu has given at least one, possibly more, statements to law enforcement, so her testimony is more or less locked in. The attorneys know what she's going to say, and the risk of her deviating from that is minimal. She's also scheduled to testify near the beginning of trial, so I don't see risk to her being present during the testimony and opening statements. Those are the two things I have on my list. Oh, one more thing. Mr. Anderson, how long do you expect to take during your opening?
I think about 40 minutes, Judge.
Okay. So what I'll probably do is give the preliminary instructions, state opening statement. We'll take a short recess, and then we'll come back in for the defense opening statement. That way we break up the afternoon a little bit.
Yes, and then are we taking a break after my opening before we do anything else?
Probably not. I think we'll just roll right into witnesses after that.
Yeah. The plan after, my understanding is the first thing the state's going to do is mark the video and the frames from that video as evidence. We have no objection to its being admitted without a witness, and then it's my understanding they're going to ask to publish it. We have no objection to their publishing it immediately before we have any witnesses. So I know that's a little unusual. I just thought we'd give Your Honor a heads up.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Mr. Nelson, you'll be giving the opening statement?
Yes.
And you'll be giving yours, Mr. Anderson?
Yes, for our side, Judge, who's ever in this chair is going to be the one doing whatever's next. So.
Same?
We'll try to, but.
Okay.
Yes.
We'll do our best then.
We'll at least.
All right, let's bring the jury in. Please stay standing. We have one. Yeah, that's your. All right, please be seated. All right, members of the jury, good afternoon. Welcome back. The first order of business is to administer the jury oath. So I'm going to ask you to stand one more time, raise your right hand, and the clerk will administer the oath.
Do you swear that you will, well and truly, try the issue joined in the matter announced by the court, and unless discharged by the court, a true verdict given according to the law and to the evidence given in court? So help you God.
Please have a seat. All right. Members of the jury, before the trial begins, there are certain instructions you should have to better understand your functions as a juror and how you should conduct yourself during the trial. I am going to read these instructions aloud. I've also published them on the monitors, so you are welcome to follow along if you'd like. Your duty is to decide the case based only on the evidence presented at trial and the law given to you by the court. Anything you may see or hear outside the courtroom is not evidence. All people deserve fair treatment in our system of justice, regardless of their race, national origin, religion, age, ability, gender identity, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. People make assumptions and form opinions from their own personal backgrounds and experiences. Generally, we are aware of these things, but you should consider the possibility that you have biases of which you may not be aware, which can affect how you evaluate information and make decisions. You must carefully evaluate the evidence and resist any urge to reach a verdict that is influenced by any bias for or against any party, witness, or attorney. Personal opinions, preferences, or biases have no place in a courtroom, where our goal is to treat all parties equally and to arrive at a just and proper verdict based on the evidence. Do not begin your deliberations and discussion of the case until all of the evidence is presented and I have instructed you on the law. Do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else until your final deliberations in the jury room. This order is not limited to face-to-face conversations. It also extends to all forms of electronic communications. Do not use any electronic devices, such as a mobile phone or computer, text or instant messaging, or social networking sites, to send or receive any information about this case or your experience as a juror. But we will stop or recess from time to time during the trial. You may be excused from the courtroom when it is necessary for me to hear legal arguments from the lawyers. If you come in contact with the parties, lawyers, or witnesses, do not speak with them. For their part, the parties, lawyers, and witnesses will not contact or speak with the jurors. Do not listen to any conversation about this case. Do not research any information that you personally think might be helpful to you in understanding the issues presented. Do not investigate this case on your own or visit the scene either in person or by any electronic means. Do not read any newspaper reports or listen to any news reports on radio, television, over the internet, or any other electronic application or tool about this trial. Do not consult dictionaries, computers, electronic applications, social media, the internet, or other reference materials for additional information. Do not seek information regarding the public records of any party or witness in this case. Any information you obtain outside the courtroom could be misleading, inaccurate, or incomplete. Relying on this information is unfair because the parties would not have the opportunity to refute, explain, or correct it. Do not communicate with anyone about this trial or your experience as a juror while you are serving on this jury. Do not use a computer, cell phone, or other electronic device, including personal wearable electronics, applications, or tools with communication capabilities, to share any information about this case. For example, do not communicate by telephone, blog post, email, text message, instant message, social media post, or in any other way on or off the computer. Do not permit anyone to communicate with you about this matter, either in person, electronically, or by other means. If anyone does, despite your telling them not to, you should report that to me. I appreciate that it is tempting when you go home in the evening to discuss this case with other members of your household, but you may not do so. This case must be decided by you, the jurors, based on the evidence presented in the courtroom. People not serving on this jury have not heard the evidence, and it is improper for them to influence your deliberations and decision in this case. After this trial is completed, you are free to communicate with anyone in any manner. These rules are intended to assure that jurors remain impartial throughout the trial. If any juror has reason to believe that another juror has violated these rules, you should report that to me. If jurors do not comply with these rules, it could result in a new trial involving additional time and significant expense to the parties and the taxpayers. You are to decide the case solely on the evidence offered and received at trial. Evidence is, first, the sworn testimony of witnesses, both on direct and cross-examination, regardless of who called the witness. Second, the exhibits the court has received, whether or not an exhibit goes to the jury room. Third, any facts to which the lawyers have agreed or stipulated, or which the court has directed you to find. It is not necessary that every fact be proved directly by a witness or an exhibit. A fact may be proved indirectly by circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence is evidence from which a jury may logically find other facts according to common knowledge and experience. Circumstantial evidence is not necessarily better or worse than direct evidence. Either type of evidence can prove a fact. Attorneys for each side have the duty and the right to object to what they consider are improper questions asked of witnesses and to the admission of other evidence which they believe is not properly admissible. You should not draw any conclusions from the fact an objection was made. By allowing testimony or other evidence to be received over the objection of counsel, the court is not indicating any opinion about the evidence. You, the jurors, are the judges of the credibility of the witnesses and the weight of the evidence. You are not required to, but you may take notes during this trial, except during the opening statements and the closing arguments. The court will provide you with materials. In taking notes, you must be careful that it does not distract you from carefully listening to and observing the witnesses. You may rely on your notes to refresh your memory during your deliberations. Otherwise, keep them confidential. After the trial, the notes will be collected and destroyed. You will not have a copy of the written transcript of the trial testimony available for use during your deliberations. Therefore, you should pay careful attention to all of the testimony because you must rely primarily on your memory of the evidence and the testimony introduced during the trial. It is the duty of the jury to scrutinize and to weigh the testimony of witnesses and to determine the effect of the evidence as a whole. You are the sole judges of the credibility, that is, the believability, of the witnesses and of the weight to be given to their testimony. In determining the credibility of each witness and the weight you give to the testimony of each witness, consider these factors. Whether the witness has an interest or lack of interest in the result of this trial, the witness's conduct, appearance, and demeanor on the witness stand, the clearness or lack of clearness of the witness's recollections, the opportunity the witness had for observing and for knowing the matters the witness testified about, the reasonableness of the witness's testimony, the apparent intelligence of the witness, bias or prejudice, if any has been shown, possible motives for falsifying testimony, and all other facts and circumstances during the trial which tend either to support or to discredit the testimony. Then give to the testimony of each witness the weight you believe it should receive. In your determination of credibility, You must avoid any and all bias based on a witness's race, national origin, religion, age, ability, gender identity, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. There is no magic way for you to evaluate the testimony. Instead, you should use your common sense and experience. In everyday life, you determine for yourselves the reliability of things people say to you, and you should do the same thing here. The state has charged Mr. Miu with 6 crimes that allegedly happened in St. Croix County, Wisconsin on July 30, 2022. In count 1, first-degree intentional homicide. In counts 2 through 5, attempted first-degree intentional homicide. In count 6, battery. Mr. Miu has pled not guilty to all charges. He alleges that he acted in self-defense. Mr. Miu is not required to prove his innocence. The law presumes every person charged with the commission of an offense to be innocent. This presumption requires a finding of not guilty unless in your deliberations you find it is overcome by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Miu is guilty. The burden of establishing every fact necessary to constitute guilt is upon the state. Before you can return a verdict of guilty, the evidence must satisfy you beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Miu is guilty. Because the state has the burden of proof, the state is allowed to present its evidence first. When the state has completed its evidence, Mr. Miu may, but is not required to, present evidence. If he presents any evidence, the state is allowed to present evidence in response to that, called rebuttal evidence. We've now reached the stage where the attorneys will deliver their opening statements. The purpose of an opening statement is to give the lawyers an opportunity to tell you what they expect the evidence will show, so that you will better understand the evidence as it is introduced during the trial. I must caution you, however, that the opening statements are not evidence. First, we'll hear from the state, then we'll probably take a short recess, and then we'll hear from the defense. Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Judge. Senseless and horrific acts of violence when all Nicolae had to do was walk away. That's what you're going to see in this case. You'll see he eventually did walk away, but not until after stabbing 5 people. As Judge Waterman said, my name is Carl Anderson. My co-counsel, Brian Smestad, and I represent the state of Wisconsin in this case. It's our duty to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Nicolae Miu is guilty of all charges. You're going to hear in this trial that Nicolae said it was self-defense. But there's a video of what happened. You're going to see the video. You're going to see the sequence of events. You're going to hear a lot in the video. You're going to hear people yelling at Nicolae over 20 times, some version of "get away, go away." You hear the boys, the teenagers yelling, "Get away from us, get the fuck away, get back, get away from us, walk away, walk away." You're going to hear that there's another group of tubers, adults, who hear this and come over to help the boys. You're going to hear them yelling, "Go, get your ass and go, go, get your ass and go, 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 go." You're going to hear that Isaac's group and the group of adult tubers, I'll probably refer to them as the Carlson group throughout the trial, didn't know each other, still don't know each other. You're going to hear from both of those groups testify about what they saw. You're going to hear that there's 6 victims in this case. One that was punched, 5 that were stabbed, and you're going to hear from all those victims except Isaac Schuman. That's because on July 30th of 2022, Nicolae Miu killed him. It was the summer before Isaac's senior year of high school. He was living in Stillwater, Minnesota with his mom, stepdad, brother, and stepsister. He was looking forward to going to college after high school. The photo on his left is his last school photo from his junior year of high school. The photo in the middle was his last birthday. He went out to celebrate at a restaurant with his family when he turned 17. The photo on the right, he was showing off the new trailer he bought to his mom for his new car detailing business. On July 30th, 2022, it was a nice day. The weather was in the 80s. Perfect sunny day for tubing. You'll see body cam, but it was busy. There was a lot of tubers on the river. Isaac was tubing with 5 of his best friends: Alex Fang, Juwan Cockfield, Owen Peliquin, Ryan Nelson, Landon Wire, and the last photo is Isaac. His friends called him Bike. These are, you'll see, this is how they were dressed when they were on the river. These are screen grabs from that day. The other group you hear a lot about is the Carlson group. The only one who was stabbed out of Isaac's group was Isaac. The rest of the people stabbed and punched were from the Carlson group. Riley Madison was stabbed. Dante Carlson was stabbed. AJ Martin was stabbed. Tony Carlson was stabbed. Madison Cohen was punched. The other group you'll hear a lot about is Nicolae Miu's group. Some of these folks you'll hear more about than others, likely. Ariel, you'll see him in the video of the incident. Gilma, I expect you'll hear testimony from her. Eric Von Williams, you may see in some body cam, hear testimony. Nicolae Miu, that's Sandy Miu, Nicolae's wife at the time. Ernesto, you'll see in the incident video also. So Nicolae and Ernesto worked together. A lot of these other people knew Nicolae through Ernesto or just met Nicolae that day. Sergio he's the far right. He wasn't actually in this picture, but he was the last member of their group. So all these groups were tubing on the Apple River. They're all out with friends. They're all drinking. This is a map of the Apple River. Tubers started at River's Edge up on the top right, and they kind of tube in this snaky U shape down and then left and up. A lot of the tubers stop and did stop in this case at the Hideaway. There's a bar there, there's a beach spot to hang out. The incident, the stabbings, occurred shortly before the tubers reached the 35 bridge that crosses over the river. You might hear it referred to as the Sunrise Bridge. And then the place where tubers exit is called the Village Park exit. And you'll hear that the only group of these 3 groups that made it to the exit was Nicolae's group. You'll hear that shortly before the incident, Ariel's phone got knocked in the water. It was in a waterproof case. You'll hear testimony that he wasn't that worried about it. He said he has insurance for his phone, but Nicolae insisted on looking for it. So the group ends up waiting at the sandbar. Nicolae goes downstream. He's got goggles and snorkel. He's going to look for the phone. Isaac's group is tubing a ways downstream. And you'll hear them describe that this older guy is tubing next to their tubes in extremely shallow water, getting really close to them, not really saying anything. He's got will describe a strange look in his face. They're creeped out by him. You'll hear from several of them that he said something about looking for little girls. You'll hear from one or two that he said something about looking for a phone. Jawan, second from the left, filmed the main video in this case. He also filmed a 9-second video shortly before that main video. And in that 9-second video, you'll see Jawan saying, he said he's looking for little girls, he's a raper. And Nicolae is walking away. He doesn't keep walking away. At the end of that video, he stops and he turns around. 2 seconds later is when that main video starts. The video of the stabbings. You'll see at that start of the main video, Nicolae is walking towards the group of tubers. They're down in their tubes, the teenage boys, Isaac's group. In the beginning, when Nicolae is walking towards him, he's got his hand down on a pocket to the right of his shorts. You'll hear from people from his group that that's where he kept his knife. You'll see in the video that he then starts to run. He runs at the boys who are down in their tubes. That's the only time in this video you'll see Nicolae run, when he runs up on the group of teenage boys. He doesn't even run after stabbing 5 people. He walks away. There's his hand on that pocket. He's carrying his snorkel and goggles. That group in the background there, in the middle photo, that's the Carlson's group. And eventually come over in response to the yells of the kids. Nicolae puts his goggles in his mouth and grabs onto their tubes with 2 hands. You'll hear in the video the boys are yelling, "Whoa, whoa, what's this guy doing, weirdo?" You can see their reactions in the video. That's Alex Vang on the left. Nicolae drops his goggles and snorkel in the water. He then starts reaching in the water where they fall into the water. He starts walking around their tubes. They're yelling at him, get away from us, walk away." They're also chirping at him. You'll hear Jawan saying, "He's a pedophile." Nicolae says something back, you can't hear it in the video. He's standing, now this is facing downriver, so the direction they're tubing, that's that bridge going over the river in the background. Boys are yelling, "Get away." That's Isaac in the middle photo with the white hat, purple trunks. That's Isaac again on the left photo, standing with his hands up, fingers splayed. You can see a gold bracelet on his left wrist. You'll see that again later in the video. At this point in the video, you hear the boys start to cheer. And that's because you'll hear from them that the Carlsons, some adults, were coming over to help. Those 2 people you see walking over are Madison and Dante. Madison's later punched, Dante's later stabbed. There's Isaac's bracelet. As Madison is walking over, she's yelling, "Go, go, go." Nicolae says, you'll hear it in the video, they took my snorkel. Madison's pointing and yelling for him to go. You can see in that pocket on his shorts, a metallic clip, his pocket knife. Madison's pointing and yelling at him to go. Nicolae turns his back to her, looks back at the group of boys in the right photo. She directs him back away from the boys, back to her. We hear from her that's why she went over them in the first place, was to try to get him away from the boys. She keeps telling him to go. He starts smiling. He waves upstream towards his group. More women from the Carlson group come over. That's Riley in the middle, in that middle photo. She ends up getting stabbed. Right photo, you can see Nicolae puts his hand on that knife in his pocket again. He's smiling. The boys are laughing. They're drunk 17-year-old boys. They have nothing in their hands, as you'll see in the video. They're laughing and pointing at Nicolae. He's smiling. And then you'll see his hands start moving. You can't quite see what they're doing. You can see they come together in front of his waist. You can see behind him, there's nothing but clear and empty water. As Madison and Riley, two women, are talking to him, telling him to leave, he takes out his knife. He opens it, blade up, still smirking, looking straight at the women. You'll not see Nicolae raise his knife and brandish it. You'll not hear him yell at anyone to get back. You'll not see him say anything at this point in the video after he takes his knife out. You'll not see him try to take a step back or walk away. You will see him looking around, smirking, while continuing to hold the knife down by his side. While holding the knife, he looks around, looks back over at the boys. You can see Riley leaning over, trying to keep his attention. Nothing but clear water behind him. You'll see Madison's got sunglasses on. As more people from the Carlson group come over, that's AJ in the yellow swim trunks. He gets ultimately stabbed, you'll see. That's Dante in the right photo. He gets stabbed. This entire video is 3 minutes and 23 seconds long. It's not a very long video, but from the point in the video when witnesses say Nicolae punched Madison until you see Nicolae walking off after having stabbed 5 people is only about 20 to 25 seconds. It happens very fast in the video. You'll see that when you see it played in real time. You'll see the boys are loud, they're boisterous. You'll hear that in the video. There's a lot of yelling. Pedophile is looking for little girls. Go, get away from us. You'll not hear anyone in the video threaten Nicolae. You'll not see anyone raising fist to him before it turns physical. You won't see anyone besides Nicolae with a weapon. You won't see the boys touch Nicolae until after stabbings start. The next portions of the still frames is moments before the witnesses say it turned physical when Nicolae punched Madison in the face, who was one of the women standing in front of him. The Carlsons say he punched Madison. The boys, the teenagers, say he punched the blonde girl. They didn't know her name, they didn't know each other. It happens fast. Remember, up to this point, Nicolae already has the knife in his hand. After it pans, from the last frames I showed you, AJ was walking over in the yellow swim trunks. The video pans back to the middle. You see Madison and Riley are standing in front of Nicolae. The video pans to the left. You see the boys still laughing. That's Isaac in the background of the middle photo. He's pretty much just standing there in the background. Then you see everybody react, and you hear it. You hear the change in the tone, and this is when witnesses say Nicolae punched Madison in the face. You'll hear Madison testify, and Nicolae punched her in the face. Madison's sunglasses are no longer on her head. You'll hear her testify that they got knocked off when he hit her. After Nicolae punches Madison, Dante, her friend, punches Nicolae. You can see that in the right frame. Again, Madison's sunglasses no longer there. Nicolae goes down in the water. You can see in the right photo, he gets slapped. It's shallow water, his butt's in the water essentially. That's AJ in those photos, pushing on Nicolae's back. You'll see that the push doesn't really do anything. Nicolae gets right up with the knife in his right hand, lunges at AJ as AJ's going to push him again. As AJ is pushing Nicolae, Nicolae stabs into his lower abdomen with the blade up and slices up his stomach. You can see in that right photo he just missed his throat, chin. In the middle photo you can see AJ's stomach opened up on the bottom, right above the swim trunks. From the push from AJ, Nicolae goes down, lands in his butt in the water again. You won't see anyone in the video pounce on him at this point or approach him, try to hit him when he's down in the water. You see him try to grab at Tony. That's Tony. You'll hear that's Tony in the jean shorts. Tony walks by him. Tony has his back to Nicolae, and you'll hear Tony yelling in the video, "Get back, get back." You hear testimony from Tony that he thought he was breaking up a fist fight. So he's yelling at somebody off screen to get back. He has his back to Nicolae. Nicolae gets up, still with the knife in his hand. That person in the top left of the left photo is Riley. So after Tony, you hear him yelling, directing somebody off screen to get back. He turns to Nicolae and he's yelling, "Get back, get back." And you see him pointing in the video and yelling. And you see Nicolae's hand going back with the knife in it. He makes a stabbing motion off screen. Tony's yelling at him, "Get back." And then you see Riley's just been stabbed. That group in the background there that Nicolae's facing with nobody between him and that group is his group. That's his group of tubers. Tony, you'll see and you hear from him when he testifies that he's just yelling at Nicolae to go. Nicolae doesn't. Again, that's his group. In the right photo, the guy with the aviators, that's his friend Ariel, almost up to Nicolae. Nicolae doesn't walk back to his group. Instead, he turns to Tony with the knife in his right hand. He stabs at him twice. You can see Riley bleeding in the background. Ariel, Nicolae's friend, is there as he's lunging the knife at Tony. That hand there on the bottom right-hand corner, you'll see more clearly in the next still shots. Isaac goes to shove Nicolae. See the gold bracelet? As he's shoving Nicolae lunges out with the knife. Nicolae kind of stumbles back from the push, comes back with his knife covered in blood and dripping blood. You can see the women recoiling from him. Nicolae ends up by his friend Ariel as he's stumbling from the push. You don't see Dante get stabbed in the video, but I expect you'll see evidence and testimony that it was after this. It's not until this point in the video, after he stabbed AJ, Riley, Tony, and Isaac, that you hear people start react and realize what's going on in the video. You hear that they all suddenly saw AJ, and you'll see in a second what they saw. Up until that point, people didn't realize that Nicolae was stabbing people. You'll hear in the video the shock and disbelief at what just happened. The camera pans around, you see Nicolae looking in the direction to where AJ and Isaac are. AJ is in the water, holding in his guts. Isaac's friends scatter and run. Juan, who's filming, runs back. Nicolae walks away. You can see at this point, if you recall the photo of Dante, he's got dark chunks on the bottom, light on top. He's got his hands on his torso and he's looking down. Nicolae continues to walk away. He walks by his friend Ariel. On that right photo, he's standing in front of Ernesto. He walks by Ernesto. On the right there, that's Alex Bing running to Isaac, who is collapsed in the water. You see AJ struggling. That's Nicolae by Ernesto. Nicolae continues walking. The camera pans away. When it pans back, Nicolae's off in the distance. Pans down a little bit, and that's what the middle photo is showing. And then you see in the left photo, you see he's approaching the right shore. Camera pans down, pans back up. He's walking away from the right shore. Isaac's group and the Carlson's group start helping each other, try to get to shore, get the victims to shore. Isaac and AJ, who are collapsed. Nicolae starts walking back from the right, over across to where his group is at the sandbar. Camera pans around the water. Water's running red. It's Isaac's hat floating by. Nicolae is almost back to his group. You can see people trying to help AJ and Isaac. You see a couple people from the Carlson's group start to call 911. We hear from the 4 people that were stabbed, and none of them saw Nicolae with the knife. They didn't notice he had a knife. They didn't know. They thought they were punched until they looked down and see all the blood. There's not going to be any testimony on what Isaac saw. If he saw Tony get stabbed right in front of him when he went to shove Nicolae, because Isaac's not going to be here to tell what he saw. You hear that some Good Samaritans who are also tubing, some nurses, tended to AJ and Isaac until law enforcement and paramedics arrived. AJ, as a result, was disemboweled. He had to have emergency surgery. He was in the hospital for nearly a month and had to have numerous follow-up surgeries. Riley, who was in the bikini in the middle photo, was stabbed in the side. It sliced her diaphragm. She had to have emergency surgery. Tony was stabbed twice. One, he'll describe how he kind of blocked it. He thought it was a punch coming in, so it just kind of scratched him, but the other one went into his torso. Isaac was stabbed in the chest and the torso, cut clean through 2 ribs, and sliced his heart. Died almost immediately. He was 17 years old. Dante was also stabbed in the torso. Nicolae returned to his group. You'll hear from people in his own group. He didn't really say what happened. He said, "They took my knife." They stayed at the sandbar for a while. So a little while, sometime after law enforcement arrived. Multiple members of his group called 911. He did not. They reported they didn't know what happened, but multiple people were injured. One person from their group, Eric Von Williams, went over to help with the wounded. He also spoke with law enforcement when they got to the scene. He's the only one who did. At some point, Nicolae tells his group that they should just float to the exit. So they floated to the exit. You'll see that when law enforcement arrived on the scene, it was chaotic. Information they had was that an unknown subject stabbed 5 people. People didn't know where he was. They're all looking at AJ and Isaac and trying to help each other to shore. Nobody paid attention to where the guy with the knife went. There's dozens of tubers that continue to go through. There's tubers running through the woods trying to find the guy who was stabbing people. Isaac and AJ, there was no place to get to them by road. Officers had to go to the nearest. They went to the 35 bridge and then they had to wade upstream to get to them, float them out on tubes. You'll see that when officers get there, there's bystanders, just other tubers, intermixed with victims, intermixed with witnesses. Some of the witnesses were so emotional they couldn't even articulate what happened at first. So, Juwan, who filmed the video, he alerts law enforcement that he's got a video of it. And he pauses it at an image of Nicolae from the video. That deputy circulates it around to other law enforcement who are responding. Officers go down to the exit. One deputy walks right by Nicolae and his group because he's looking for somebody who matches that photo. The reports all that they had where he was by himself. Deputy walks right by Nicolae, but then 2 citizens, one employee of River's Edge who had the photo, and a friend of the owner of River's Edge alerted law enforcement that they think this guy matches the photo. Nicolae is apprehended. Members of the group asked, why is he being detained? You have the wrong guy. This is how he was dressed when law enforcement made contact with him. You'll see in the body cam, Nicolae doesn't really show any emotion when he's taken into custody. You'll see a video of Sheriff Knudsen when Nicolae is in the back of a squad car. Sheriff Knudsen goes to check on him. How are you doing? Are you doing all right? Nicolae says, what's going on? I hear somebody got stabbed. And I fit the description. Nicolae is later told by officers that he's under arrest for homicide and attempted homicide. ultimately, Nicolae is interviewed by Lieutenant Randy Hart. In that video, you'll see the recording of that interview. His version varies drastically from the video of the incident. The interview is about 45 minutes long. You'll get to see that video, but I'll highlight some portions of it. When Nicolae is interviewed, he's not told there's a video. Lieutenant Hart shows him a screenshot, that one that went around to law enforcement. She asks if he knew that they took his picture. He says, no, he didn't know that. And then he asks if she has any other pictures of him. What other pictures did they give you of me? So up to this point, Nicolae told his group they should leave the scene of the stabbing. He put on the jacket, hat, and sunglasses. He tried to walk by law enforcement at the exit. He said to Sheriff Knudsen, I heard somebody got stabbed, and he was told he was under arrest for homicide and attempted homicide. So you'll see in the video, Lieutenant Hart is explaining he doesn't need to speak with her. Nicolae responds, or I can say it was self-defense. Self-defense. There's lots of people that came to me, self-defense, and they produced 2 weapons, one I took from them. And that's the only thing I can tell you. They hit me, they were on top of me. I don't remember anything after that. I just remember I ran away. You'll see that Nicolae repeats over and over throughout the interview that they pulled knives on him. Because of that, he feared for his life. He also repeatedly says they knocked his goggles off his face. He says they're trying to pull his swim trunks down. And they were snorkeling, so they took my snorkel away. They threw it in the water. They grabbed my pants. One wanted to pull my pants down, and I grabbed onto them. And I don't know who that kid was, but he had a knife on him, and there was another knife, a longer knife, looked like a kitchen knife. They came, they grabbed my snorkel, and they threw it in the water. His goggles are lost. They took them, they grabbed them off my face, and threw them in the water. Not only does Nicolae say repeatedly throughout the interview that they pulled knives on him, he says he did not have a knife. I feared for my life. There was the truth. And they started hitting me, pointed a knife at me, and another kid pointed a knife. I thought that was it for me. So actually, I took it from one of the young kids, and I think that's when I swung back. When you watch the video, the only thing you'll see in other people's hands in that video are drinks, cell phones, and a vape pen. You'll hear testimony from both Isaac's group and the Carlson's group that none of them had knives. Nicolae again, and one had it in his hand, so I took his hand and I bent it. I poked him with his own hand, and I took him from his hand, and then I swung, so I don't know who I hit. I just know that I took the knife from one of those kids. Lieutenant Hart asks, did you have a knife with you? No, no, absolutely no. Nicolae says he's telling the truth, that he does not know where his knife was. He says he had one earlier to cut the string for the tubes right at the beginning. I left it on I don't even know what I did with it. I either gave it to one of the people or I put it in my truck. To tell you the truth, I don't even know. I don't even know where it's at, to tell you the truth. Maybe one of the bags we had with us, it may have been in, I don't know, maybe I left it and put it back in the car. It really says everything happened fast. He doesn't know why they attacked him. I don't even know why they took my snorkel. Don't know why they wanted to pull my pants down. I don't know why they're being so mean. Why did they want to scare me with a knife? They're scaring people on the river. It's a family-oriented river with knives and what they did. I just grabbed the kid's knife. I didn't even know I was holding it right. I grabbed it from him because he tried to poke me with it, so I feared for my life. He says it over and over. They're pushing me, shoving, I tripped, I fell down. I got up, and that's where I saw one of the kids there, closest kid with the knife, and I grabbed it from him. Again, you'll hear he was already told he was under arrest for homicide. Nicolae asked Lieutenant Hart, "So what happened? Can you tell me what happened?" Lieutenant Hart says, "Yes, 4 people went to the hospital with injuries." Nicolae says, "Oh my God." Lieutenant Hart says, "And 1 person died." Nicolae says, "Oh no." Lieutenant Hart says, "I don't know their names or their genders, I don't know." And Nicolae asks, "Is that because they fought each other?" Again, you'll see this in the video of Nicolae walking off to the right shore before walking back to his group. You'll hear from Gilma Constanza, who was one of the tubers in his group, that as he walked back after the incident, he did not walk back directly to the group. He walked over to the shore across from them and threw something onto the bank. This is you'll hear from Chuck Coleman from the Sheriff's Office. It's a 3D rendering. This is a bird's eye view of it. These are approximate locations you'll hear on where things happened. The river in this image is flowing downstream, or down to the bottom. So the bridge would be below this image. The white dot is approximately where the boys were when Nicolae first made contact with them. They continued to drift down a little bit. The Carlson's group is that pink dot. They also continue to float down, so at the time of the incident, they were more kind of parallel with Isaac's group. And then orange dot is the sandbar that you'll see in the video where you hear that the Nicolae's group was. That star, you'll hear that's where law enforcement found the knife. This is that knife that was found on the shore. You'll hear that this knife was sent to Wisconsin State Crime Lab, tested positive for blood. It was compared to DNA samples of the 5 people that were stabbed. It had DNA, Dante, and Isaac on it. By close of trial, you'll see that these were senseless and horrific acts of violence, and all Nicolae had to do was walk away. At the close of trial, the state will ask you to find Nicolae Miu guilty of first-degree intentional homicide of Isaac Schuman, attempted first-degree intentional homicide of Riley Madison, A.J. Martin, Dante Carlson, and Tony Carlson, and battery of Madison Cohen. Thank you.
Thank you. Members of the jury, we are going to take a short recess. We'll come back at 2:10. Please take the jury out.
All rise for the jury.
And welcome back to our Fox 9 streaming studios here in Eden Prairie as we watch the opening statements in the Nicolae Miu Apple River stabbing trial. That was St. Croix County District Attorney Carl Anderson, excuse me. He delivered about a 40-minute opening statement calling the stabbing senseless, completely preventable, asking this jury, when it is all said and done, to convict Nicolae Miu of all 5 counts he faces, including intentional first-degree murder, which would send Miu to prison for life, He's also asking this jury to convict Miu on 4 counts of attempted first-degree murder based on the behaviors that day. And as you saw, we saw the screen grabs from the video that was recorded. Jawan Cockfield, a friend of Isaac Schuman, recording in the river that day. This encounter that certainly escalated quickly. We did not see the video. We've been told it runs 3 minutes and 20 seconds. It shows Miu in these screenshots that we watched frame by frame. It is Nicolae Miu's knife that was in question. Now we know why, because Nicolae Miu told a certain story to law enforcement afterwards that he pulled the knife from one of the other tubers. In reality, it was in his pocket. He pulled it out. Now, we've only heard from the state. We have not heard the defense rebuttal. Their opening argument is coming up after this 10-minute break. I think it's now a good time to bring in defense attorney Eric Nelson. Eric, years ago, we wanted to bring you in. You represented a client who was acquitted eventually in a self-defense homicide along the St. Croix River in Wisconsin, Levi Aker Kendall. Now here we are, about 10 years later, Nicolae Miu on trial, looking at the potential for life behind bars if convicted on that top murder count. We talked here, Eric, this is a case of self-defense. Did you take away anything at all from the opening statement there from Carl Anderson?
I did. First and foremost, I would, it was an interesting approach to an opening statement. It seemed to me to be sort of a second-by-second recitation of what the state is seeking to prove using the screenshots. And there were some effective uses of screenshots on the part of the prosecution. Nevertheless, I really do think that the substance of the video is going to be really extremely important. I think that that's one of the things that you can definitely take away from the prosecutor's opening statement, is just how important this video is in fact going to be. I think where the prosecutor kind of dropped the ball a little bit was it really diminished, I think, and intentionally so, diminished what the other groups were saying. They made certain references to him being a pedophile and being a child molester, but clearly those types of comments are very threatening, or can be viewed as very threatening to a middle-aged person surrounded by a group of kids in bathing suits. So, you know, I think that there is definitely, I'm looking forward to the defense opening statement to see how they address this.
And you heard the prosecution there talk about why didn't he not walk away? Why did he not walk away? Why did he engage with these tubers? Obviously, we're waiting for an answer from the defense, but they showed screenshots, Eric, where, look, there's open river, step back. Obviously, it's not, we don't see the video in real time. We don't see the commotion sort of going around it. But right now, as this jury steps back, grabs a drink of water, what do you think they're feeling? What do you think they took away from that?
I mean, I think that that's one of the downfalls of just using screen grabs in a situation like this. So you can craft and create whatever story you want with a still picture. But in real time, and when you're hearing what is being said, that video is going to really answer a lot of those types of questions. It's very easy when you're sitting here, you know, in an office or in a television studio or even in a courtroom to say, look at all that space he had to leave, but you don't know how quickly people are coming towards him. You don't know the things that they're saying. So seeing the live action video is going to be, again, critical.
What do you make, at least as it is alleged here, the transcripts from the aftermath, after he's arrested and he goes back and speaks to the lieutenant at the St. Croix County Sheriff's Office? It would appear he is blatantly lying about what happened on the river. Obviously, there could be subtleties in there, but this idea that the prosecution put that out for consumption right off the top, the lies he told in the aftermath, those exist. We now know behind the scenes why the defense tried to squash those statements he made to law enforcement. They said he wasn't properly Mirandized, that he had asked vaguely for an attorney, wasn't granted one, and that he spoke to them. It seemed, Eric, awfully damning for the way he described it, almost trying to, you know, make up a scenario that would get him off from what happened that day.
Yeah, that's going to be one of the defense's primary obstacles in the case. Again, it's when you have a situation like this, it's very common for people to be in shock, people to be afraid. I mean, you heard it from the victim that you interviewed right after the incident, where people's perceptions and memories and all of that, all of those different emotional responses are triggering, whether you're a victim or the defendant in this case. It's going to definitely be something, however, that the defense is going to have to explain why he told that story.
When you heard that opening statement, I know we're just in the early stages and we have to report on it sort of piecemeal. We still haven't heard the defense. I go back to that first question we talked about in the beginning of our show with your coverage and the fact you represented a client in a high-profile self-defense case in Wisconsin. He took the stand. Levi Aker Kendall. Does now what you see there and just the beginnings of this case suggest absolutely Miu needs to get on the stand and tell this jury what he saw, what he felt that day?
Absolutely. I think that it's critical, and it's also critical for him to be able to explain why he said what he said in that moment. It's going to be very important, I think, for Miu to testify. Now, of course, he doesn't have to, but that's going to leave a lot of unanswered questions for the jury.
And the way this was introduced with the screenshots, we talked about evidentiary, sort of the rules of evidence, and when things are put into as an exhibit, and the jury would consume it. It would be played in open court. Would be through Juwan Cockfield, the young man who shot this video. Are we now awaiting his testimony where he would say, yes, I had my camera out, I was rolling, and then this evidence, this video that sounds like it will make or break this entire case, is that when we will see it for the first time?
Going to be one of the first witnesses.
It sounded like we have a little bit of technical issues with your Zoom feed there, but I did hear you say at the end there that Juwan Cockfield you would expect to be one of the first witnesses called to testify. Obviously, I think about Lieutenant Brandy Hart, the discussion she had with Nicolae Miu at the jail that day. What is her testimony? That would obviously then allow for the recording of Nicolae Miu's story that he told that day. That would then allow that type of evidence to come in. But you heard, there are basically three groups of tubers that are going to be critical here. The defendant is with one group of tubers. He is basically sort of, as I would describe it, at the top of the river as the currents would take you downstream. In front of him is the group described as the Carlson group. Those are adults. I think, as you saw there, that includes Riley Madison. If you've watched my coverage, you know we spoke to Riley Madison in the immediate aftermath of the stabbing from her hospital bed. He described them as adults, certainly in the 20s. Riley was 24 at the time that she was stabbed. And then a little bit further down again, as the river flows, in the middle there were the high school boys, being stupid, being drunk. Isaac just turned 17, getting ready for senior year of high school. He's with his buddies. Juwan Cockfield is shooting the video that captures the entirety of this. Now, it will be important, as you read in the charging documents, the camera gets turned at times. All of a sudden, the commotion picks back up. Yes, the state selectively chose screenshots to describe what you're watching. No doubt, right? I know Eric Nelson, the defense attorney. Important to note, Eric, with all due respect, I know you're a great legal mind here, but you do come to this with some perspective on the defense side of things. So we will wait to see what Aaron Nelson, the lead attorney for Nicolae Miu, has to say. And I'm just wondering now, during that 10-minute break, obviously Aaron Nelson had no idea, the specifics of the state's opening. He's now heard it. What is he doing right now to prepare for his crucial opening statement to respond?
My guess is that Aaron is really just making some minor adjustments to address certain points that Mr. Anderson raised in his opening statement. It's really going to be a pretty minor adjustment, I would expect.
And I would just take a moment to point out Aaron Nelson is an extremely successful sort of Western Wisconsin's Hudson base. I covered a trial of his about a decade ago that he won an acquittal on. They've hired Corey Chirafisi, a very well-known Madison-based, again, like yourself, Eric, with some history of self-defense. He was on the Kyle Rittenhouse defense team, won an acquittal in that high-profile nationwide spotlight case down in Kenosha, Wisconsin. These are two successful, esteemed attorneys. How important is that as we go into this crucial trial, knowing his life really is on the line? It's a life sentence if convicted on this top count. How important are the legal minds that are trying this case for him?
I think extremely important on both sides. The defense is certainly experienced. They have many cases under their collective belts, as does the prosecution. My guess is that the defense has been working diligently, prepping this case. They understand what they have to do, as does the state, right? They have an anticipation, their ability to anticipate the arguments. It goes both ways.
Oh, in that case, we've talked to you about Levi Aker Kendall. You know, there are several differences. Your client at that point wasn't in the river. It was like a riverbank situation, so there wasn't the threat of water. There was no video of what happened. The video here really changes the dynamic, doesn't it?
It does considerably for a whole host of reasons. Most significantly is just really from the defense perspective is that notion of putting the jury is supposed to put themselves and look at this from the perspective of what the defendant was feeling and experiencing in those moments. So that is a critical component in this case. Aker Kendall was a much different situation, but there's, again, a lot of information that we haven't seen. These opening statements are really designed to just sort of be
we're ready for Mr. Nelson's opening statement.
A glimpse.
Yes,
So,
thank you, Eric. Yep. Thank you, Eric. Yep, we're going back to another Nelson. Aaron Nelson now delivering Nicolae Miu's response. Here is your defense opening statement in the St. Croix County Courthouse in Hudson.
Nick Miu standing in the river with 13 strangers. 13 drunk, angry strangers. 13 against 1. They yelled and they screamed in order to attract a crowd. They got a crowd. They told lies to make the crowd angry. He's looking for little girls. He's looking for little girls. They layered their lies. They made them louder to make the crowd more angry. He's a predator. He's a predator. They chanted. They pulled on him. They closed the space around him. They got up in his face and they pushed him. Somebody else pushed him. And they pointed and they pushed and they pushed and they pushed. And when he put up his left hand, to block and protect himself as they're in his space, in his face, he puts up his left hand to protect himself. And then they got violent. They got violent. They knocked a grown man, punched him, knocked him into the water. And when he's down in the water, they come up on him and they hit him again when he's down in the water. When he tries to get up out of the water, they attack him from the front, smack him across the front of the face, while somebody else comes from behind and starts pushing him down. that moment, he feared for his life. And he responded in self-defense. Let me show you what they did. Dante Carlson, who had earlier come over into that group, right? His dad had sent him over to help Nick. But the crowd got Dante going, and it didn't matter. He was going to hit him. And when the opportunity arose, as Dante Carlson will tell you, he laid him out. Knocks a grown man back off of his feet, where it's not just his butt. You'll see on the video, it's his shoulder, it's his head. He goes into the water. He didn't have a measuring stick. He wasn't figuring out what the height of the water is. He went in the water because they hit him into the water. And when he's down, you'll see he's down in the water. And Dante Carlson, who punched him with his right hand, right? He was so confident. He was so confident. Had his beer in his left hand. And then he's given a beat down with his right hand. He then runs around him as Nick is falling into the water. And he's in the water. He runs around him with the beer in his hand because he knows he's got his group around him. And then he comes around and he smacks him again. You can see in the first photo, you can see the shadow of Dante's arm coming across. And you can see it hits him across the face and across the ear. That's not just a slap. That's a full hand. You'll watch the video. It knocks him down. And then when he's down in the water, you'll see A.J. Carlson, who you'll hear tells you that he came over there to mediate. But for whatever reason, maybe it's because of a crowd, maybe it's because of a mob, maybe it's some other mentality. But when this happens, he sees this old man down on the ground. He doesn't go to help him. He goes to push him from behind. And while he's pushing him from behind, look in the upper corner there. That's Dante's arm. You can see in the middle slide, that's Dante's hand smacking Miu across the front of his head. And then you'll see on the third slide, that's where he's extending through. So confident, he's going to beat this old man down that he keeps the drink in his hand. That's the close-up where you can see through there Dante Carlson hitting Nick Miu in the face while his friend attacks him from behind. You're going to need to make some choices in this case, right? Make some decisions. Some of the things that might help you to do. Let me just take a step back, all right? Who is Nick Miu? Who's the man that they wanted to beat down on the river? We're going to tell you about that. How did he get there? What made him be in the river on that day, as we saw here earlier? And we'll tell you that story. And then lastly, why did this angry mob, this pack of players, why did they attack him? And we're going to tell you that. First, who is Nick, right? Nick's 54 years old, lives in Prior Lake. He's married, right? See a photo of, you'll hear from his wife, Sandy, right? She's going to be a witness. She was there with him that day. Him and a bunch of other 50-year-olds went to go have a peaceful day on the river, right? Nick grew up in Romania, right? And when he was about 15 or 16, he immigrated over here. We're not going to get really into it. Romania was not a good place to be in the 80s. Communist dictator, all kinds of other bad stuff was going on. And Nick's dad, like a lot of people in the world, wanted to have a better place for his family to grow up. So they, as political refugees, were accepted by a church in Minnesota, and they came over to Minnesota. When Nick was growing up, his first language was Romanian, because he lived in this communist dictatorship, he also needed to learn Russian. Because he was in Europe, he also learned to speak French. And because he's this pretty smart guy, he also learned Latin. So when he was 15 and 16, he comes over to the United States, and then he picks up English as his fifth language. He can speak fluent English. He's fine. But I think it's important for you to know that's not his first language. When he graduates from high school in Minnesota, he decides he wants to go on and further his education, and he goes to school in South Dakota. He becomes a mechanical engineer, and he's worked as a mechanical engineer for years and years. Bit of a handyman, as I imagine a lot of engineers are, right? I don't think of myself as a handyman. He's a handyman, good with tools, hangs out with tools, and you'll hear from other people how he's used tools in the past. And you'll hear that as you'll hear on the tape, as he tells the police, living a peaceful, quiet life in Minnesota, never been in trouble before. Him and some of his work friends, as all of us sometimes as adults, our circle of friends tends to be people that we work with. He has a group of friends, Amanda and Ernesto. They've been down the Apple River before. In fact, they've invited him before, and he's been down the river one time before, several years earlier. So they make a plan with all of the group of people that we saw, right? Oh, I forgot one thing here. Nick, like a lot of people, maybe as they get older, isn't of the best health. In 2020, he had a heart attack. And he needed to have quadruple bypass open heart surgery. So these are the photos of him recovering from that. And it took him some time. And he'll tell you how that still makes him feel fragile, right? He doesn't feel as fit as he was when he was 18 or 22. So he decides to get out on the river with his friends. These are some of the friends. And as you'll see in photos, right? He's in the water that day. It's warm that day. Sometimes he's wearing his sunglasses. Sometimes he's not. Sometimes he's got a hat on. Sometimes he doesn't. Sometimes he has his shirt on. Sometimes he doesn't. This is the photo of the start, which is pretty much the exact same thing he was wearing at the end. His friends Amanda and Ernesto asked him to come along. There's a lot of other adults that are coming, right? There's no 20-somethings, no teenagers. They pack food in coolers. Sure, they have a couple of beers, but it's really just a time to get together with their other adults and float peacefully down the river. Nick likes to snorkel, right? So he brought his goggles and his snorkel, right? That's just kind of who Nick is. He's a bit of an explorer, a bit of a curious mind, and he'd brought his goggles and snorkel. And you'll see a video of him prior to this where he's just kind of laying in the water, letting the water rush over him. Well, he kind of floats there with the goggles and the snorkel, and he's looking at the bottom of the water. Probably not a lot of exciting things at the bottom of the water in Apple River, but he was there to see it if there was something there. Before he leaves, he gets a call from his friend Ernesto, because Ernesto knows Nick and knows that Nick's a bit of a handyman, and is like, hey, remember last time we had all those strings? We got all those strings. You got to cut up stuff. You got to do this. Can you bring that little pocket knife that you've got, that utility knife? I've seen you use it at my house. You've used it as a tool. Make sure you bring that, because we need to cut up some of the strings. So he does. Gets back, packs that up, brings it along. And sure enough, when they get there, they have their provided strings, and the people you'll see, they tie up tubes, they tie up coolers, they tie up everything else, and he uses his pocket knife to sometimes cut those up, right? You'll also see as he's going through on the river that day that his shoes kind of fall apart, right? And you'll see that pictures of his shoes, he's got strings, and he's tied them up, and he continues to cut with the little pocket knife that he has to make sure that his shoes, his footwear, are something that he can have. So they float down the river. All right, this is the group. You saw that photo already with Mr. Anderson showed that to them, right? And again, here he has the hat on. He Here he's got the hat off. You'll see later, not surprisingly, when he goes to snorkel, he doesn't have his sunglasses on. And sometimes when he snorkeled, he had his shirt on. Other times he took it off. Here's another picture of him on the river with the group. Again, has the hat back on, depending upon what the sun is like. So, how did he get there, right? Well, as we talked about, Ariel, his friend, loses his phone. Right? And whether they wanted to look for it or didn't want to look for it, I don't know how that's relevant. I don't know how his wanting to go help his friend look for his phone is any way important. You'll get to decide that. But we know at the end of the day is, it's uncontested, his friend lost his phone. And as you saw in some of those photos, they have these little bags that they put them on, and they didn't know if it was going to float or if it was going to sink. But the water between him and the other two groups was downstream. So if something went into the water, it would float towards where those other two groups were. So Nick used his head and walked where he thought the phone was going to float to, and he goes looking for it, right? And then while he's looking for it, he runs into another group, right? And this is the group that we're going to talk about, two different groups, right? The first group he runs into is this group of high school, right? And you're going to hear that they're drunk. You're going to hear that they were smoking stuff. The one piece of evidence that we know for sure is that at the time of the autopsy, Isaac Schuman's blood alcohol concentration was 0.219. And if you ask his friends are going to say he was the most sober one in the group. So we have this group, they're drunk, they're loud, there's 6 of them, they're football players, they've run as a pack together before, and you're going to hear some videos, they're a quite confident group, right? And they see this man that maybe others are going to judge upon his appearance. This group of 6 see him, and they start making judgments about him based upon what he looks like. He's an old man in the river with goggles, and they don't like it. So they start calling him names. Right? And there's a video, you're going to hear it, because they start harassing him, they start heckling him. They're basically trying to humiliate him. That's what they're doing. And Mr. Cockfield, one of the football players, he grabs his phone out and he thinks it's funny enough that he's going to record it. And you'll see that recording just before this where he says, "Grown man looking for little girls." And he thinks it's really funny. And then he screams out, "Raper!" He doesn't scream that out for his benefit of his 5 football friends that are with him. He screams it out to draw a crowd, get other people involved. Now, Mr. Miu may or may not have heard that exact thing, but he hears them yelling and he turns around, and what does he see? He's looking for a phone, right? We know that. And when he turns around, he sees somebody holding up a phone. Maybe he's wrong, maybe he's mistaken about why they're holding up the phone, but he sees them holding up a phone, so he turns around to approach them because he thinks that's the phone he's looking for. I'm looking for this phone, it floated down this way, these kids are yelling. And he starts jogging towards them. As you saw, as he jogs toward them, he's an unfit 260-pound man trying to move through the water, and he picks up his feet for about 4 steps, and then he reaches his hands out to grab their tubes, and when he does so, he puts the snorkel and the goggles in his mouth. Maybe they thought it was an act of aggression. I don't really think it was. You'll get to see it and watch it. But we know nothing happens after that. Because as soon as he goes and approaches, the goggles and the snorkel drop. He loses them, and he immediately starts looking for them. That's about 5 seconds into the video. He starts looking for them, and they start yelling at him, "Get away, get away, get away." So if this is the tubes, right? You as the jury, you're looking downstream this way, right? Nick is standing here in front of the tubes. He looks, he comes up, and then he walks to the other side of their tubes. And he's now on this side of their tubes, downstream from them. He's downstream because that's where he thinks the goggles and the snorkels come. And did he tell the police officer that he thought they knocked the goggles and snorkels out of his hand? Yes, he did. Is that what he believed happened? Yes, it was. Is that what really happened? No, that's not what happened. And the great thing you're going to be able to see in this case is there's a video. There's a video that we can check everybody's testimony against. And you know what? Riley Madison got it wrong. Dante Carlson got it wrong. Madison Cohen got it wrong. Anthony Carlson got it wrong. Pretty much every witness, when you compare their human memory against the video, they got it wrong. Because we're humans. We can't get it as good as the video does. So he got that wrong, but he's still nevertheless looking for his goggles. His goggles are down in the water. He's looking for it. Right? He starts walking around there. There's nothing that prevents this group of football players who are screaming at him from just walking around. He's one man, maybe 2 feet wide. And you hear from there, they talk about him walking away, but they can just walk, just float on by and leave this man alone. But they stay to harass, they stay to heckle, they stay to humiliate. Because he starts walking away from them. And if you watch and you count, you watch it enough times, he takes about 10 steps away from them. And it's sometime during those 10 steps, when that group says, you got 10 seconds. 10 seconds. That's what this group of drunk teenagers says to that old man. And he's walking away at that point. And then what you'll see when the video comes back, he walked away, they followed. They followed. They didn't go around. They went right up to him where he had walked away. Now remember, as he's walking in this direction, his group is 200 and some feet that way, 280 feet that way. This water is deeper. As he starts walking away, he gets into deeper water. He doesn't have his goggles, doesn't have his snorkel, still can't find the phone. He's getting farther away from this group. The drunken teenagers are yelling at him, and now they keep following him. Now, this video, all right, we're going to show some slides from the video. And it's super important, obviously. We're very thankful that we have it so that you will know exactly what happened. But what you got to remember is the video is taken by Juwan Cockfield. It is from Juwan Cockfield's perspective. It's from his point of view, right? It makes it obvious. And so the person that we're watching oftentimes is Nick Miu, right? But you need to know, which is obvious, that the video is not from Nick's perspective. We're not watching it from Nick's perspective. We're watching it from somebody else's perspective. And why is that important? Because the judge is going to tell you, right? It's important because at the end of the case, you'll need to determine the reasonableness of his beliefs from his point of view. You'll need to determine the reasonableness of his beliefs, not actions. You're here to determine his beliefs and the reasonableness from his point of view. So as you're watching that video, you're going to be asked at the end to be like, what would someone in Miu's position, from that standpoint, what would they feel? What would they believe? Let me just quickly read to this, right? If I can, the law of self-defense. In determining reasonableness, a belief may be reasonable even though mistaken. In determining whether Nick Miu's beliefs were reasonable, the standard is what a person of ordinary intelligence and prudence would have believed in Nick's position under the circumstances that existed at the time of the alleged offense. Not 30 seconds before, not a minute before, at the time of the alleged offense. The reasonableness of Nick's beliefs must be determined from the standpoint of Nick Miu at the time of his acts and not from the viewpoint of the jury now. So I say that to you just so you know when we're looking at the evidence, what you're going to be asked to do at the end. So they get him into this position, and this is 50 seconds into the video. He's walked 10 steps away they come up to him and approach him and cut him off. So he walks away one time, they follow him. But Nick, right, sees, right, so he's here, he's got a group of people here, and he looks off to his left and he sees a group of adults. There's 2 adults coming this way. Great, adults, not drunk teenagers. Adults are coming this way. He doesn't continue to engage with this. He gets and starts walking over here. He walks over to engage with the adults in the hope, as I think most of us do, when we see perhaps another adult and we're dealing with a group of drunk teenagers, maybe I can appeal to reason. These are adults. And when he walks over this way and the path down the river is wide open, those drunk teenagers follow him. Follow him over here, where he then gets confronted by Madison Cohen. And Madison Cohen is not listening. She's not there for an appeal to reason. Her immediate words are to Nick Miu in his face, "Go, get the fuck out, go." And you'll see Nick's reaction is kind of like, as you heard from they have my goggles, like, why are you in my face? What's going on? And you can see, they'll call it a smirk, they'll call it a smile. Look, there's 4,819 frames in that video. 4,819 frames. I have no doubt that you can pause on one of those 4,819 frames and find a photo where somebody's mouth is making a particular shape of anything at any time. Is he smirking? Is he smiling? You watch, you decide. Because he looks perplexed. He's immediately confronted, and he starts to give an explanation, and Dante Carlson tells him, it doesn't matter. Right? Appeal to reason? Nope, we're not doing that. That's kicked out the door. There is no appeal to reason at all. And while this is going on, the Carlson group, right, who sent 2 people over, also has Quentin Carlson, and he's an older adult. Madison Cohen, Dante Carlson, A.J. Martin, they're in their early 20s, which is fine. They're certainly adults, but that might be different than somebody in their 40s. Quentin Carlson, he sees what's going on, and what he says, I was worried about the group against one guy. I was worried that they were going to gang up on him and something bad was going to happen to the old guy. So I told my son Tony and Dante to go make sure they don't attack that old guy. That's not somebody looking at it from Nick's perspective, but that's somebody who can see maybe what Nick sees, hear what Nick hears, and his thought is, ooh, something bad's going to happen to that old guy. So he sends over his kids. And when they come over, right, the high school group continues in what I think we now know, it's a new term, is they gaslight him. They just start making up lies in order to affect his perception of reality and everybody else's perception of reality. As soon as that group comes over, that high school group says, he's a predator. And then immediately they're like, he's looking for little girls, he's looking for little girls. There will be zero evidence that there were ever little girls even anywhere near on that river. Zero. There's going to be zero evidence that he was looking for little girls. But they drum up, right? They get this crowd going. They've got the 2 people here, and they start yelling that. And then the crowd gets to be more, right? As this is going on, it's about 1:13, 1:15 into it, where they start screaming at him, he's looking for little girls. And then you'll see as he's standing here, after he's walked away from that group, he walks over to the adults, he's kind of pointing at them like, I got my snorkel. And they confront him. And as he's standing there, he turns his back on her and them, and he just stands here. And as he's standing with his back turned, and the path down the river is wide open, instead of just walking on by, Madison Cohen decides she's going to put her hands on him, and she grabs him and starts pulling him. Pulling him, and you'll see he turns around and immediately looks to his hand and says, don't touch me. Don't put your hands on me. They don't walk away. They stand right there. The crowd, the drunk high schoolers, continue to say he's looking for little girls. Somebody says, is that what he said? And then it changes to the next lie is, we've got it on camera. We've got it on camera. You're going to see that they downloaded that phone. There ain't nothing like that on the camera. There ain't nothing like that on the camera because that's not what happened. Because these drunk teenagers were gaslighting him and they're enticing a crowd. Nick stands there. He's now got people all around him, right? They're chanting at him, he's a predator, he's a predator. He's all alone. It's getting louder. He raises his left hand to his group. Like, we need some help here. Like something's going on, right? And when that happens, you'll see the camera, Juwan Cohen turns the camera to show where he's waving to. So the high school group has knowledge that Nick Miu, who's standing right here, doesn't want to go that way. Nick Miu, who's blocked right here, wants to go that way. Because that's where his group is, because that's where everybody looks. And you'll see on the camera Madison Cohen as she stands and he waves. She turns and looks and sees he's got some friends. So does Madison Cohen say, yeah, why don't you just go that way? She doesn't. What she does is she reaches to her friends and says, hey, get over here. She calls in more numbers. She calls in more numbers to confront him. Because at that point it was 8 against 1 and she wanted more. So she brought over Riley, she brought over Janelle, she brought over Gabby, and then she calls for Anthony, and then she calls for AJ. And then it's those 13 people that surround him, right? And they're standing there, and you're going to see they're all around him. They are relentless in what they're yelling and screaming. From his standpoint, this is like, what is happening? What world did I just step into in which there's this group of drunk kids, drunk teenagers who, they want to say kids, I get it, but you saw those pictures. They're all bigger than Nick. Nick's smaller than he was then, right? But he hasn't grown any. He's just shrunk more, right? But he's not a big, fit guy, right? They're screaming, they're chanting, right? And at that point, yes, Nick, outnumbered 13-1, reaches in his pocket, finds his pocket knife, opens it up, and stands there with it. He doesn't brandish it, but he doesn't hide it. He's standing there with it. His belief at that point is, I don't want to use this. I don't think showing it to him is going to help. But if something happens, I don't know what's going to happen. So he's standing there with the knife. And as he's standing there with the knife, Riley Madison is right in front of him, and she pushes on him. You'll see that in the video. And then next to her, who's blocking him from his people, is Madison Cohen. She takes her right hand, and she pushes his left shoulder, and he has to go back. She pushes him back. And while all this is going on, the group of drunk teenagers are screaming, chanting, yelling. The numbers are getting bigger. They come over towards him. All right? They push him again. They block his path. And this is the same. That's what it looks like. You're Miu. You're looking upriver to see where your safety is. Behind you is deeper water. You've walked in that direction before. You appealed to reason, and they said it doesn't matter. They're up in his face, right? And Madison Cohen's pushing and pointing at him, right? And Miu's standing there. He's got the knife in his right hand. He doesn't use the knife. He's standing there while they're pushing and pointing at him, right? And when he does that, all of a sudden, that's when Dante Carlson gets violent, right? He's predisposed for violence, I submit to you. That's the entire purpose of the gaslighting, of getting the crowd there, of yelling with the crowd, of getting it all jacked up, is Juwan Cohen wanted to record a viral video in which some old man was getting beat down, and he was going to get it on tape. He created that world. He put him in that world
Object. A lot of this is argument, not summarizing.
Sustained. Please focus on what you anticipate the evidence will show.
That's what the evidence is going to show, right? Dante Carlson has told you before, and he'll say, it doesn't matter, right? At that moment, that's when Nick Miu raises his left hand to protect himself. He's raised it before to call for help. I think I missed it. He raised another time to call for help, a second time, and now they're crowded around him in his face. He raises his hand to protect it, and that's when they get violent, right? It's a push, not a punch. It's a push to protect himself, not a punch. The evidence. You'll watch that video. You might watch it 20 times. It's not on the video. There's no punch on the video. She's standing there yelling, and when she's standing there yelling, there are two people between her and Nick Miu. He's got the knife in his right hand, right? It's not on the video. There's no physical evidence. She says he punches her with his right hand. He's got the knife in his right hand. There's not a mark on her. You're going to see from John Schultz, his video, he spoke with her right then. He's right in her face. He's got a body cam. You'll get to see the body cam of her face, and she, not a blemish on it, not a mark on it. Doesn't support that he punched her. Third thing, multiple evolving stories. Listen to what the witnesses say. Who really says is there a punch, and what position were they in to say it? Because here's what they said before. Quentin Carlson, he told the police, she said he was punched. She said he punched her, but they said it was a slap. So everybody else initially said it was a slap. Gabby, one of the witnesses, says he smacked her with his left hand. She's consistent with he raised his left hand. Mr. Alexander Vang, one of the high school kids, says he hit her with an open hand with his left hand. AJ, he says he saw him pull her hair, which nobody's going to say. That's just wrong. Nobody's going to say anything along those lines. Dante, the person who laid him out after he said that, spoke with the police, and initially what he said to the police is I saw Miu make a swift motion to Riley Madison. Then he says, I saw Miu make a motion towards Riley Madison. Then he says, I saw Miu make a swift motion to Riley Madison. Then he says a fourth time, swift motion, Riley Madison. I don't know what he's going to say when he comes up there now, but what he said before isn't a punch, and it wasn't to Madison Cohen. That's when the violence begins, right? They attracted the crowd. They moved in closer. Now, one of the things you're going to want to ask, and we will ask that, is when this happens, this group of 13 is around, and the old man gets knocked and he's down in the ground. Listen to the video. Is there anybody in the group that says, whoa, this is out of hand? No. You'll hear when he gets knocked on the ground, the volume goes up. The cackling and the laughing goes up. And the videographer pushes people away to get in closer to document the beatdown as well as he can. This isn't somebody that's just taking a video on the side. And then again, we move around. Dante Carlson is confident enough to still have the beer in his hand while this happens. Miu's response is in self-defense, right? People come at him, and he makes a quick, short jab motion. He believes he has to use the knife because he's outnumbered. A.J. Martin once. Riley Madison once. Dante Carlson twice, but he only has 2 stitches. Isaac Schuman once. Dante Carlson once. When they come at him, he gives a quick jab, They back up. He doesn't lunge for them. He doesn't follow them. He doesn't recklessly swing it around. They come at him after they gave him a beat down, and he jabs out. When even Brandy Hart, I think you're going to hear from her, right? When Mr. Trofsky asked her questions, when people attacked Miu, he responded. She agrees with that. So, what happens is pretty much all on video, right? At the end, the judge is going to read you that jury instruction similar to what he did about credibility. And how much of credibility is going to play a part in this trial is going to be up to you. You guys are the finders of fact. You decide what happened. But I'd submit to you, it's all on video. Pretty much know what happened because it's on video. All right? So, we can talk about credibility. Nick spoke with the police, right? He told them he was afraid. He told them he feared for his life. He told them he was acting in self-defense. He also told them, I don't really remember anything. And he lied to the police about the knife. He did. He lied about the knife. It was his knife. He brought it. He was outnumbered. He believed he needed to use it. The truth is, he used it because he was surrounded by that angry mob and he was afraid, right? They gave him every reason to be afraid. When their attacks stopped, he walked away. When they stopped, kept coming at him, and every one of them coming at him, right? He responded like a victim of trauma response. You'll hear from witnesses in his group who will say he looked like he was in shock. He was white as a ghost. From his perspective, right? He had just been attacked by an angry mob who was trying to kill him, and he got out of there. So as he walks back, he still has fear, right? It's not something that just goes away. That fear is deep inside of him at that point. And as he walks away, he wants nothing to do with the group that just attacked him. He wants nothing to do with the knife, and he tosses it up onto the shore. Maybe not the best decision. Maybe not how he should have responded. But he was suffering from serious shock and trauma at that time. That's what he did. It's not going to be a contested fact. He looks back to his group, right? And they'll say that he's wide-eyed, he's white as a ghost. Remember, he'd just been repeatedly hit in the head, pushed down into the water. His body continued to respond in that way. When he walked away, he knew he'd done some quick jab motions. He didn't know the extent of anyone's injuries. Did he hear them yelling? Sure. They'd been yelling for 2 minutes, screaming and yelling at him. He had been in trauma at that point. He didn't know what the yelling was about. He didn't know that anyone had died. Maybe he should have. Okay, fair enough. But in that situation, would you expect him, who'd just been attacked and responded in just short, quick jab motions, to know the extent of everyone's injuries? They go back, and everyone's like waiting. The traffic on the river pretty much shuts down, and they wait there. When the police come by and kind of basically move everybody along, his group moves along to the exit. He's got his hat and his sunglasses and his shirt on, just like he did at the start of the trip. Right? He's been in shock. He'll tell you he was cold. So these are the 3 things that you need to think about, right? 1, what happened? Don't think it's going to be a big mystery. It's on video. And I hope that that's helpful to you. Because the facts, I don't think, are going to be very contested. 2, you are going to be asked, what did Nick believe? Right? He told the police, and he'll tell you, he feared for his life. In that moment, against that group who were violent with him and knocked him down, he feared for his life, right? The video evidence supports this, right? And I'd ask you rhetorically, what other reason is there? What other reason could there be? They came at him. He was in fear. He responded. The last question. Were his beliefs reasonable? I don't want to belabor the point about the law, right? Can't find it right away. But it's from his viewpoint, right? It's from his standpoint. The belief may be reasonable even though mistaken. In determining whether Nick Miu's beliefs were reasonable, the standard is what a person of ordinary intelligence and prudence would have believed in Nick Miu's position under the circumstances that existed at the time of the alleged offense. So what do we know that might help you to decide that, right? We know he walked away and they followed. We know he tried explaining to them and they said, it doesn't matter. We know they told lies about him to incite the crowd. We know he knows that those were lies and he was watching as this crowd gets louder and more intense and bigger. We know they cut him off from where he wanted to go back up to his wife and his friends. We know that somebody else that was watching, who was kind of like Nick, a little bit younger, about the same fitness level though. And when that person, Quentin Carlson, sees what's going on, his first thought is, there's something bad that's going to happen to that old guy. We know he was surrounded, we know he was outnumbered, and we know that this environment was ripe for violence. That's the environment they carried. And we know that Nick is fragile. He believed he was fragile. This is somebody who went through open heart surgery within a couple of years. He didn't have fitness. They attacked him, kept attacking him, and they gave him every reason to believe they weren't going to stop. Were his beliefs reasonable? This is Isaac Schuman. I'm sure he is a wonderful man, wonderful human being. We're going to hear a lot about him. But in this moment, on this day, on that river, when he was drunk, he tried to strangle Nick Miu. His hands were on his throat. He was pushing up against Nick Miu. And Nick reaches out as he's falling back. That is what Nick did. His belief at the time, when he's being strangled after being constantly attacked, was he needed to get out of there. And the only way that he could do that was with his knife. He believed his life was in danger. And we submit to you under those circumstances, that's reasonable. At the end of the trial, we're going to come back up here, right? We'll be back up here, and we're going to ask you to return a verdict of not guilty on all counts. The judge will tell you on that last day, he'll tell you the law. If you can reconcile the evidence upon any reasonable hypotheses consistent with Nick's innocence, you must return a verdict of not guilty. Again, just one more time. The judge will tell you, if you can reconcile the evidence on any reasonable hypotheses consistent with Nick's innocence, you must do so. We must return a verdict. Only reasonable hypothesis in this case is he feared for his life. And that belief was not unreasonable. They created that world to get that environment. In that world, he believed it in that moment. And that's reasonable, because anyone in that situation would believe the same. So at the end, we'll ask you to do your duty.
In a moment, we will hear from the state's first witness. Members of the jury, members of the gallery, if you want to stand and stretch, you may. We are not going to take a recess. I'll give the attorneys a moment or two to reorganize their tables. Yeah, just push it up against the... Oh, yes. Can somebody move the easel out of the way? All right, is everyone ready? All right, members of the jury, we are going to start the evidence. If you would like to take notes, you may take out your notepads. Please don't allow the note-taking to distract you from carefully listening to the evidence, however. Mr. Anderson, who is the first witness?
State calls Stephen Kaufman.
Can you spell the last name?
Kaufman.
Mr. Kaufman, please come forward. And stop right there, face the clerk, raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Anderson.
Can you please state your first and last name for the record?
Stephen Kaufman.
And how do you spell your last name?
Kaufman.
And do you usually go by Steve or Stephen?
Steve.
Steve, what do you do for a living?
I'm the owner of River's Edge Campground.
What is River's Edge?
River's Edge is a campground and tubing, wedding reception facility.
Okay. And where is it at?
The exact address?
No, just is it in Somerset, the township?
We're in New Richmond.
Okay. And permission to approach?
Yes.
Sorry. 25. Yeah, if you want to come. I'm handing you, it's been marked as exhibit 25. Does that appear to be a map of the route tubers take from your campground?
Yes.
And permission to publish, Judge?
Any objection?
Objection.
All right, you may.
Move to admit also.
Any objection? 25 is received.
Just so. So the arrow on the top right, is that where your campground is located?
That is correct.
And is that about where it's pointing where tubers, enter the river?
It would be just to the right or upstream of that arrow. So the arrow would point about where our bridge is, and so just to the right, more In this map, it shows a little island there. It'd be right next to that island.
Okay. You want to actually just come circling on here? Okay, thank you. And you see the arrow marking hideaway? What's that?
That is another campground and tubing facility.
Is that a common place where tubers will stop if they leave from your place?
Yes.
And is there, what's there for, why do tubers kind of stop there? Is there a beach, bar?
They have a bar there, yes.
Okay. And then is the exit where tubers get off of the river identified on that map?
It is.
And is it about where that arrow is, a little off?
Oh, that's about correct.
Okay. And that, you see where that arrow is that says incident location?
Yes,
Are you familiar with that location of the river also?
I am.
And does that bridge, that 35 bridge, have another name that people call it?
Not that I'm aware of.
Have you heard it referred to as the Sunrise Bridge or no?
I have.
Okay.
Because there's a campground there that used to be called Sunrise Park, and so that's why they call it that.
All right. And then the exit is the Village Park exit?
Correct.
This whole river route, is that in St. Croix County, Wisconsin?
It is.
If you know, how many tubers about would you get on a typical nice weather Saturday in the summer back in 2022?
River's Edge that day we had approximately 12 to 1,500.
Oh, on July 30th, 2022?
That particular day, I thought your question was on a nice weather Saturday.
Okay.
But I don't know the exact number for that day, but I'm believing it was in the 1,000 range.
Okay. And when tubers rent, do they rent tubes from you?
They do.
And would you normally see families, is it known to be kind of a party scene, family scene, mix?
I love mixed.
Okay.
River's Edge really strives to get as many families as possible, but yeah, we get mixed.
Okay. And when groups tube together, do they often tie their tubes together?
Correct.
Do you guys sell pre-cut string for tubers to do that?
We do.
And you did back in July of 22 also?
Correct.
About how long does it take to tube from the start to the exit?
Takes about 2 to 2.5 hours on a normal day. Of course, that can fluctuate with river levels and the speed of the water, and that would be without stopping.
Okay. So it depends on how fast the current is.
Correct.
And then it depends on how long and how often people stop?
Correct.
And do you happen to know about how long it takes to tube from the 35 bridge to the exit?
It's about 30 minutes.
Okay. And how about from the Hideaway Bar to the 35 bridge?
We have similar time. You can see on the map it's about similar distance as well. So I'd say 30 to 45 minutes for both of those.
And were you working on July 30th, 2022?
Yes, I was.
And at some point, did you get word of an incident on the river?
I did.
Do you remember what you were doing?
I was on my way to the exit just to check on my staff and check on you know, we collect the tubes from the tubers and just do a normal check-in, and Mike Cappers happened to be there at his bus stop and told me about it.
And so you guys, for both, and Mike Cappers is the old owner of Hideaway?
Correct.
And so you guys would both, tubers would go down through the river, either through your place or through the Hideaway, and then all of you would pick up at the Village Park?
Correct.
You have buses going back and forth?
Yes.
And where did you go then once you heard about it?
I went to where he told me the incident had happened, and so I was on my little moped scooter and I drove to the incident.
What was the scene like when you got there?
A large police presence, an ambulance, and
calm, orderly, chaotic?
I wouldn't say it was chaotic. People were moving at a rapid speed, but it seemed organized.
Were tubers still coming through?
No, we had directed everyone to get off at the Hideaway location. By the time I got there, we had already had people directing people off of the river.
And is that something law enforcement asked you to do, or did you just figure you should, if you remember?
I think it was a little of both.
Okay. And at some point, did you get a description of the person who had stabbed people?
I did. When I got to the scene, I ran into a couple who I assumed were husband and wife, and asked them what happened, what was going on. And they said they were tubing with their children. A little upstream from them, they heard some shouting, and by the time they got there, this had happened, and they don't know exactly what had happened. There was a gentleman that they said was, you know, middle-aged man that left the scene.
At some point, did you get a photo of the person who was alleged to have done the stabbings that was going around?
I did then, so maybe 15 to so minutes, 10 minutes later, then Mr. Cappers texted me a photo that had, I don't know where he got it from or how he got it, but said this is a picture of the person.
Did you forward that photo on to your staff?
I did, yes.
And did you also have a friend with you that day?
I did. He wasn't with me, but he was at this location when I got there. So
what was his name?
Carl Schilling.
And then did you either give or show him the photo?
At that time, no.
Did you tell him?
Because we didn't have it yet. I'd left.
Okay.
I had left before I got the photo.
Did you send it to him at some point, if you remember?
I don't remember.
Okay. You might have, you might not have.
You're right.
Your friend's name was Carl Schilling, the one that was in the area?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that whether Carl or a staff member later alerted law enforcement to somebody matching the description at the Village Park exit?
I am.
Was that Carl and one of your employees?
Correct.
And I should have clarified, Carl and an employee, two different people.
Correct.
Because Carl's a friend, not an employee.
Yes.
Okay. Do you guys, I forgot to ask this before, do you rent tubes for just people and also for like cooler tubes?
We do rent a cooler tube. It's just another tube with a basket or a space for people to float.
Okay. I don't have anything else.
Mr. Nelson? Carl Schilling, I want to ask you some questions about him, okay?
Yes.
Was he the guy with the baseball bat that went hunting for Nick Miu?
I wasn't with him, so.
Okay, but you heard about that. You're aware that he grabbed a bat and went hunting for Nick, right?
I heard that he had a bat, yes.
Okay. And that at some point, while holding that bat, he confronted Nick Miu
That's what I heard, yes.
at the exit, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I want to ask you some other questions just about the Riverway, okay?
Yes.
You own some property, correct?
Yes.
But the river itself, that's public space, agreed?
Agreed.
Everyone, if once you're on the river, anyone can use it, correct?
Of course.
No one has more right to be on the river than anybody else, right?
No, sir.
You agree?
I agree.
And certainly no one has more claim to a particular space than anyone else, agreed?
Agree.
You've heard the expression, stay in your lane, I would imagine?
Yes.
And roads have designated lanes, is that right?
Yes.
And you would agree that there's certain responsibilities to do certain things in a particular lane, right?
Sure, yes.
The river, there's no designated lanes, are there?
No.
Sometimes everyone's going in the same direction, hopefully.
Correct.
But as far as lanes and designated spaces, it's a bit of a free-for-all, right?
It is a natural river, and
the
water's
space,
gonna take you. The water will guide you where you need to go.
Sure. But the people that are on the river and have the ability to move amongst themselves on the river, they're free to go wherever they want on the river, right?
Yes.
And sometimes there might be some groups that are more dominant than other groups on the river, right? That happens?
Checked on relevance and speculation.
It's a stain on form. It's vague. Can you be more specific?
Sure. You rent tubes to lots of different groups, right?
We do.
As you said, some are perhaps younger, teenagers, young adults. Yes?
From 6 to 106, yes.
Yep. And some are grown adults in their 40s or 50s, correct?
Of course.
Sometimes you rent to a group of 2 people, right?
Yes.
Sometimes you rent to a group of 6 people.
Correct.
Or 10 people.
Yes.
And it all depends upon, there's different sizes of different groups, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in your experience, there have been some groups that have been larger and louder than other groups?
Sure.
And sometimes there's other groups that might be quieter than other groups, right?
Sure.
Maybe depending on the group that you're at, you might have different goals or objectives for the day, correct?
Correct.
I'm sure, again, you're not encouraging, but you're aware that there might be some groups that their goal and objective is to go there and get drunk, right?
Sure.
You're aware of that, right?
I am.
And then there might be other people that are just there to enjoy a peaceful day with their friends, right?
Yes.
And sometimes these groups interact, correct?
Correct.
You would agree that the larger and the louder groups don't have any more right to be in a particular place than the quiet groups, do they?
No.
Do you give any messages to the renters of your tubes to say, like, look, if you see a loud and a large loud group, you need to back away and give them distance right away?
No.
Individuals have the right to be there just as much as everybody else, right?
Correct.
So on the river, it is simple as, does might make right? If you're just larger and louder, you get a right to that spot or not?
I wouldn't think so, no.
Yeah. Those are the only questions. Thank you.
Mr. Anderson, do you have anything else?
Since we're asking hypotheticals, I guess. If nobody owns any of the river, it's public.
Correct?
You also wouldn't want somebody harassing another group of tubers?
No.
Nothing else?
Mr. Nelson?
Nothing. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Kaufman. You're free to leave. Is he still under subpoena?
Yes, sorry, I was, yes.
He's free to leave.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Judge, this is just a blown-up version. Do you want me to just write 13 on it or put a separate sticker on it?
So the 8 by 11 is 25?
Or 25, I'm sorry, yes.
Mark the blow up as 25A. Yeah, we can take care of that perhaps later. All right, who is the next witness?
The state calls Ryan Nelson.
Mr. Nelson, please come forward. Stop right there. Okay. You can look closer. Turn, face the clerk, raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Please have a seat in the witness chair.
Judge, before we begin, we have an agreement on a couple exhibits.
Okay, what's the agreement?
The agreement is that Exhibit 2, the video of the main video would be admitted, as well as the individual frames, which is marked Exhibit 3.
Is that correct, Mr. Trofasi?
Yes.
All right, so Exhibit 2 and 3 will be received.
And then we have an agreement that now, before we start taking testimony, we'll publish Exhibit 2, the video.
You're going to play the video?
Yes.
All right. Members of the jury, you're about to see the video that they have been referring to. Please pay attention. Please listen carefully. Parts of it may be difficult to hear. The video that you're about to see is evidence, so you may consider this along with the other evidence during this trial. Mr.
Can we dim the lights a little bit?
Yeah, we've just turned down a bank or two over the monitor. Nothing happened.
It's up.
Did the lights go down?
No. They did over there, maybe?
Oh, no, try a different bank.
We only have two, sir.
How's that? Is that okay? Can everybody see? Okay, I think that'll do it.
What is he on? Whoa! 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 Get away! Whoa! Oh God! He up! He up! What are you talking about? What the hell are you talking about? What? Get away from us! What? What's going on with y'all homie? He's on camera. Tripping. 4K. He's on 4K. Yo, the new iPhone got that good quality. What do you say? Yeah, what the hell? Who is this? Yes! Yes! For the culture! For the culture! Who is that? For the culture! Who is that? Who the hell is this? Go! It doesn't matter. He said he was looking for little girl! He said he was looking for little girl! You're looking for little girl? Yeah! That's exactly what he said. Weirded us out! I even have that part on camera. Did I? Some young ass kid. What the hell is this guy's problem, bro? We're trying to have fun. He's gonna claim you. He's gonna claim you. We don't want this motherfucker. Let it on camera. Let it on camera. He on camera. Oh God. Oh God, he on camera. Oh God, he on camera. He hit a woman? He hit a woman? You hit a woman. He hit a woman. You got him. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? He's dying. He's dying, bro. What? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Are we serious? Is this real? Oh my God. Who is that? Oh my God. Oh my God. Is this real? Is this real? Oh my God. Oh my God, what the fuck? Is this real? Wait, that's not bike! That's not bike! That's not bike! That's not bike! That's not Isaac! Oh my God! Oh my God! This isn't real! This isn't real!
Bring the lights up. Mr. Anderson, or Mr. Smestad, sorry.
Can you say your name for the record, please?
Ryan Nelson.
And how old are you, Ryan?
18.
What do you do for a living?
I work in the trades.
Are you a drywall installer or something along those
Yeah,
lines?
drywall finisher.
Where do you live?
Stillwater.
Were you familiar with a person named Isaac Schuman?
Yes.
How did you know him?
He was one of my best friends.
How long were you best friends with Isaac?
Since middle school.
Do you recall the day of July 30th of 2022?
Yes.
Were you with Isaac on that day?
Yes.
Were you with him when he was killed?
Yes.
How old were you back on July 30th of 2022?
17.
Had you finished high school yet?
No.
What grade were you in?
Summer going into senior year.
On July 30th of 2022, had you made some plans to spend time with your friends that day on the Apple River near Somerset?
Yes.
What was the plan? How did the day start?
Well, we texted the night before and made plans to meet up and I'll go tubing on the Apple River.
Where did you meet up at?
Stillwater High School.
Who was in your group that day?
Me, Isaac, Owen, Jawan, Landon, Alex.
Judge, if I can approach the witness.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 62. You recognize that?
Yes.
Can you tell us what it is?
It's a picture of all my friends over there.
Fair to say it's a composite picture?
Yes.
Are those pictures of you folks from the river on July 30th of 2022?
Yes.
Are those photos from after the incident with Mr. Miu?
Yes.
Does that explain the looks on your faces?
Yes.
Your Honor, permission to publish to the jury. I have a blow up.
Any objection to 62?
No.
All right, 62 is received. Go ahead and publish. The other side might be easier because it doesn't have the paper.
When you got to Stillwater High School that day, was the plan to all ride together over to the Apple River?
Yes.
Who drove?
Alex Vang.
I'm going to have you look at Exhibit 62 there that you're holding on to. Can you identify the folks in the picture for the jury? From left to right.
Alex Vang, Juwan Cockfield, Owen Peliquin, me, Ryan Nelson, Landon Wire, and then Isaac Schuman.
That's Isaac in the hat on the right?
Yes.
Is that what you were all wearing on the river that day?
Yes.
You may have already answered this, but who drove from Stillwater over to the Apple River?
Alex Vang.
And y'all went in his vehicle?
Yep.
Where did you go first?
We went right up to park where we got the tubes. River's Edge, I think it's called.
You rented tubes there?
Yeah.
You remember how many tubes you rented?
One for each of us, and then one more for our stuff, I believe.
All right. When they give you the tubes, are they connected together, or do you connect them together there?
You had to get a wire, like a twine, to connect them together.
Did you do that?
Yes.
Did you make sort of one big raft out of your tubes?
Yes.
After you rented the tubes, did you get on the river right away, or were you hanging out in the park?
No, we went right straight to the river.
All right. Do you know what time it was when you got on the river?
Not exactly. Probably roughly around noon.
Judge, if I can approach the witness again.
Yes.
Brian, when you rented the tubes, do you remember who paid for them?
No.
All right. Do you remember getting a receipt?
No, I don't.
All right. I'll show you what's been marked as Exhibit 27B. You take a look at that, and specifically look at the backside. Whose name's at the top?
Alex Vang.
Who's that?
He's one of my friends. He's on the river.
All right. At the bottom, there's a time for when you rented your tubes. Can you tell us what that is?
12:39.
You didn't see this that day, though?
No, I don't remember.
Your Honor, I'll move to admit that exhibit. I don't know if there's any objection to it.
Any objection?
Well, there's no foundation, Judge.
Sustained.
We'll wait till.
That's fine.
Thank you. Once you got on the river, did you folks bring drinks with you?
Yes.
In a cooler of some sort?
Yes.
What were you drinking?
Beers and seltzers.
All right. You're 17 at the time?
Yes.
Do you remember how many beers you had?
I personally had about 3 to 4.
Were you or other folks in your group smoking marijuana?
Yes.
Was Isaac Schuman smoking any marijuana?
I don't think so, no.
As you're going down the river, did you eventually have contact with the defendant, Mr. Miu?
Yes.
Do you know where it was when you first saw him?
Where the incident happened.
Sure. Were you near any landmarks that you can remember?
A bridge.
What was he doing when you first approached him?
Well, he first approached us. He was snorkeling by our tubes.
Did you ask him what he was doing?
Yes, multiple times.
And what did he tell you?
He didn't say anything.
Did he ever tell you he was looking for a phone?
No.
Do you ever remember hearing him saying anything about looking for little girls?
No, not me personally.
All right. Ultimately, did you approach your group?
Yes.
You were here when we played the video in the court right before your testimony?
Yes.
The first part of that video, did you see Mr. Miu running up towards your group?
Yes.
Is that the legs of a couple of your friends in that video, the first few seconds of that video?
Yes.
That's your raft of tubes?
Yes.
As Mr. Miu is running up on your group, did he say anything about why he was running towards you?
No.
Did he say why he was grabbing onto your tubes?
No.
Were you able to see on the video that he was reaching towards where the legs were of the two people in the tubes that you can see in the video?
Yes.
Did he make physical contact with those folks?
He didn't make physical contact with me, so I know.
Did everybody bail out of their tubes once he ran up?
Yes.
Did you have some concern when you saw him running up and grabbing onto your tubes?
Yeah, a lot.
Did he say anything at all after he grabbed onto your tubes?
No.
Were you sitting or standing in your tube when he ran up?
Sitting.
Did you get up?
Yes.
Why?
I was scared.
Were you trying to get away from him?
Yes.
Did you say anything to him?
Yes, we asked him what he was doing and we told him to leave multiple times.
All right. Fair to say you were raising your voice and yelling at him?
Yeah.
Like we saw in the video?
Mm.
Did you threaten him in any fashion?
No, not at all.
Did you hear Isaac Schuman threaten Mr. Miu in any fashion?
No.
Did you yourself have any kind of knife?
No.
Did you see anybody in your group with any kind of knife?
No.
Is it fair to say you were calling him some names?
Yeah.
Why were you doing that?
We had no idea of his intentions, and we asked him, and he never ever stated them.
At some point, were you yelling for him to get away?
Yes.
Did another group on the river come over to investigate what was going on?
Yes.
Did you know any of those people?
No.
Did you see where they came from?
Just the other side of the river.
Were they adults or were they kids?
Young adults.
Older than your group?
Yeah.
Once this other group came over, was it women or men, if you remember?
I believe two girls approached first.
All right. And what did they do when they approached?
Also told him to leave.
All right. Did he leave?
No.
Once these other folks came over to tell him to leave, did that change your level of concern with what he was doing?
Yeah.
In what way?
It was a little confusing and also concerning why he wasn't leaving. He could have just removed himself from the situation like everyone asked him to.
Did he ever tell you why he wanted to stay near your group?
No.
Is it fair to say that at some point you and your friends were laughing at him?
Yeah.
And why were you doing that?
We thought he was just really weird, to be honest.
Do you remember how many folks were in the group that came over to help you guys?
No.
Do you know how many times you told Mr. Miu, or you and your group told Mr. Miu to leave you alone?
More than I can count.
All right. Your Honor, we're going to show still 1219 from Exhibit 3. All right, Ryan, do you see the picture that's on the screen in front of you?
Yes.
That's still number 1219 from the video. Can you tell us who's in this picture?
Isaac, Owen, and then can't quite tell who that guy on the left is.
All right. Is Isaac, which one is Isaac?
Purple shorts.
Is he wearing a hat or not wearing a hat?
Wearing a hat.
What is Isaac doing in this picture?
Holding Owen. It looks like arm towards Owen and looking at Mr. Miu, maybe.
The person on the right, who's that?
Owen Peliquin.
He was also in your group?
Yes.
What's he doing at that point?
It looks like saying something to Mr. Miu.
All right. Where were you when that, if you remember, where were you in location to this picture, or in relation to this picture?
I believe I was near Juwan and Landon.
Back behind the tubes?
Yep.
Juwan's the person taking the video?
Yes.
1279. Now we're going to show still number 1279. All right, Brian, this is still frame 1279 from the video. What does this picture show?
Isaac with his hands raised.
All right, does he have anything in his hands?
No.
Who's that in front of Isaac?
Mr. Miu.
Are Isaac's hands open or closed in fists?
Open.
Can you tell, or do you remember what he was doing with his hands at that point?
No, it just looks like he has his hands raised.
I'm going to show you now, still 1297 from the video. Who is in this picture?
Me.
That's you on the left?
Yep.
Holding onto the tubes?
Yes.
Mr. Miu on the right?
Yes.
Is that Isaac, part of Isaac's arm in that photo?
Yes, looks like it.
All right, do you have anything in your hand in this photo?
No.
Referring to your right hand, your left hand you can't see, right?
Yeah, I didn't have anything in my left hand either, though.
Right. 2596. Showing you still frame 2596 from the video. Can you tell us what that is?
Me.
All right, and on the right, who's that, if you know?
I don't recognize her.
Is that one of the folks that came over to
yeah.
help you out? Do you have anything in your hands there?
No.
At that point, you appear to be smiling.
Yeah.
While you were having this argument with Mr. Miu and trying to figure out what he was doing, were you able to see his face?
Yeah.
Did he look to be frightened?
No.
What kind of facial expression did he have?
He was smiling.
While you were having this argument with him, were you able to tell whether he had anything in his hands?
No.
Did you ever see him holding a knife?
No.
Fair to say the video shows that the incident happened pretty fast?
Yeah.
While the two women are talking to Mr. Miu, what happened next? What did he do?
He punched one of the girls in the face.
You remember which one it was?
I believe the blonde one. Not 100% sure though.
And looking back at the photo that we have up, which is 2596, is that where you were standing when he punched the blonde woman in the face?
Relatively, yeah.
So fairly close?
Yeah.
Prior to Mr. Miu punching the blonde woman, had you seen anybody strike him in any fashion?
No.
You didn't see anybody punch him?
No.
When you say he punched the lady, is it possible that he was flailing his arms to protect himself or something along those lines?
It looked like he struck her definitively with his right hand.
After the blonde woman was punched, what happened next?
I believe her friends tried to come to her rescue and push Mr. Miu to the ground and hit him and pushed him again.
And you saw that?
Yeah.
Did you see him in the water?
Yes.
Do you remember how many times he was hit when he was in the water?
2 or 3 maybe, I believe.
Right. At some point, did he get on his hands and knees?
Yeah.
What happened next?
He got up, swinging his knife and stabbing everyone.
All right. At that point, did you know that he had a knife in his hand?
Yeah, well, once I didn't know until I saw the person standing next to me who had his whole stomach cut open, and yeah.
The person who got his whole stomach cut open, was he holding any kind of knife?
No.
Did you see anybody in the group that came over to help you have any kind of weapons?
No.
What did you do after you realized that the one gentleman had his belly slit open?
I was in shock. I didn't really know what to do. I tried to tell my friends because I'd make sure they were seeing what I was seeing, and then I went and stood in our tubes.
You left the general area?
Yeah.
Were you aware that Isaac had been stabbed?
Not for like a minute.
Eventually, did you realize that Isaac was down?
Yes.
Did you see him in the water?
Yes.
Did you see a wound on his body?
Yes.
Where was it?
His upper chest.
Was he bleeding?
Yes.
Ultimately, did you and then the rest of your group or attempts made to help Isaac get to shore?
Yes.
Who did that?
Owen and Alex.
All right, and where were you at that point?
I was still standing in the tubes.
Were you injured at all?
No.
Did you ever lay a hand on Mr. Miu?
No.
After you realized that folks had been stabbed, did you see what Mr. Miu did?
No.
Did you see where he went?
Mm-mm.
Is that a no?
Yeah, no, sorry.
All right. We're going to show you still frame 3177. Can you tell us who's in this picture that you know of?
The only person I recognize is myself.
All right, you're in the blue trunks in the middle?
Yes.
Is this the point where Mr. Miu had punched the blonde woman?
Yes.
Did you take a step forward?
Yes.
Why'd you do that?
In her defense, to help protect her.
All right. Did you end up doing anything to help protect her?
No.
I think you already testified some other gentleman took care of that.
Yes.
Whereabouts on her body did Mr. Miu punch the blonde woman?
I believe in her face.
Say that again?
In her face, I believe.
All right. At some point then, did you go to the area where Isaac was being laid on the shore of the river?
Yes.
Did the rest of your group also end up there?
Yes.
Did anybody call 911 if you know?
Yes.
Do you know who did that?
Not. I think a lot of people did. I don't know specifically.
Were there some folks that stopped to render aid to Isaac?
Yes.
Was one of them a nurse?
Yes.
What kind of aid did she give Isaac?
I wasn't over there. I'm not sure.
All right. Did you see anybody doing CPR on him?
I wasn't close enough.
All right. At some point, did the police arrive on the river?
Yes.
They waded through the water to get to where you folks were?
Yes.
Did you speak to the police officers?
After, yes.
Up on the shore?
Yep.
At some point, was Isaac taken off the river?
Yes.
Was he ultimately put in an ambulance and taken to a hospital?
Yes.
Did you follow?
Yes.
Do you remember which hospital they brought him to?
Is it Lakeview in Stillwater?
When you were at Lakeview Hospital, did you speak with an officer there as well?
Yes.
Even though this incident happened almost 2 years ago, do you still remember the face of the person who did this?
Yes.
Do you see him in the courtroom here?
Yes.
You point him out and say what he's wearing?
He's wearing a black suit, black pants, brown shoes.
Your Honor, ask the record to reflect identification of the defendant.
Next question, please.
Nothing further.
Mr. Trofficy.
Just gonna take 1 second. Oh, actually, yeah, it's on exhibit 2. It's on there. Judge, the 9-second video is on exhibit 2 also, which the state also moves to admit.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, it's received. Go ahead.
Very good. Okay, thanks.
Give me a break. No, I just don't want it on the, can you, I don't, the jury shouldn't see my screen.
Okay.
It's cleared.
So, Mr. Nelson, you provided an interview with a
Clear it. Monitor's off. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
with an investigator, Dittman. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And to start with, one of the things that Officer Dittman was interested in was how much alcohol you had consumed that day. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And he told you weren't going to get in any trouble for anything. He just wanted the truth, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated to him, well, he initially asked you if you guys were drinking any hard alcohol, right?
Yep.
And you said that you weren't.
Yep.
That's a lie, right?
No, I myself was not drinking hard alcohol.
You guys brought Tito's vodka in water bottles and were doing shots on the river?
I wasn't, but my friends were. Yes.
Okay. And you were asked about Isaac drinking that day?
Yes.
Right? And you had told Officer Dittman that you think you had 3 or 4 drinks?
Yes.
And you said, I think Isaac had about the same?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that Isaac's alcohol level was almost a .22?
Object, Your Honor. I
was not aware of that.
Hold
Foundation.
on. Come on up. Objection overruled. Mr. Trofficy.
Mr. Nelson, are you aware that Isaac Schuman's blood alcohol concentration was a .219?
No, I was not aware.
Okay. But you say that you guys were about the same, right, in alcohol level?
Well, I was just a guess. He asked me to provide an estimate, and I did. I wasn't keeping track of other people's drinks.
Right, but you provided that your estimate and
Yeah.
your drinking and his drinking were pretty close.
Yes.
So you were impaired, yes?
Slightly, yes.
Okay. And you were asked and gave some answers regarding your initial contact with Mr. Miu. Do you remember that?
Yep.
Okay, and you had said, if I have it right, he snorkeled by us and didn't say anything.
Yep.
Okay. Your interview with Detective or Investigator Dittman, you indicated, yeah, so this weird guy, he was wearing a snorkel at first, came up to us and was kind of like talking to us, and we were a little weirded out, right?
Yep.
So which one's true?
I don't remember him saying anything.
Okay, so when did you give the statement to Investigator Dittman?
Was that the one at the bank or the hospital?
How many interviews did you give?
2.
When did you give them, if you remember?
One was on the bank after the incident, and then one was at the hospital.
Is your memory better back then about what happened, or is it better today?
I'm not sure.
Well, do you remember things that happened closer in time to the event, or as more time goes by?
I think I remember them both the same.
So if something happened 2 years ago, you would remember it the same as if you were giving that statement a day or 2 after?
Yeah, I would try.
Okay. So you don't recall him saying anything to you guys, right?
Yeah.
Okay. But you all were saying something to him, weren't you?
Yes.
Yeah. You didn't tell that to Investigator Dittman, did you?
I don't remember.
You left out the fact that you guys started taunting him and tormenting him. Right?
After we told him to leave, yes.
Well, talking about the first time, not the second time that we've seen the video. The first time we haven't seen the video for yet.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that incident?
Yes.
Okay. You don't tell Investigator Dittman about what you guys were doing to Mr. Miu at that point, do you?
No.
Why not?
I just didn't think it was relevant.
You didn't think it was relevant on this person that you're saying did all these things to your friends? Wasn't relevant that you had contact with him earlier in that day?
It was like minutes, seconds before. It wasn't like earlier in the day. It was around the same time.
Right, and you didn't think it was relevant that you would inform him that you guys were taunting Mr. Miu and calling him names, right?
No.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been marked as exhibit number 2. I'm going to play you a short video and ask you if you remember the video.
Okay.
We're going to keep the screens blank until you tell us you're ready. Does that mean you're ready, or are you
Sorry. Yes, we're ready, Judge. I apologize. Playing the 9-second video on Exhibit 2. Trying to.
Grown man trying to have sex with little girls. What the hell? What the fuck? He's a raper. Whoa.
So he's walking by you guys. He's not right on top of you there, is he?
He was previously, but not that in that moment. No, he's not.
So your friend just didn't get that on video?
No, we started taking a video once he was being weird towards us. We wouldn't have videoed him just out of the blue.
So when he was just walking by there and your friend just started saying, you can't have sex with little girls, right?
That was after he was snorkeling under our tubes without saying anything.
Where do you tell Officer Investigator Dittman that he was snorkeling underneath your tubes?
By our tubes.
Oh, so by your tubes, not underneath your tubes.
Misspoke. I apologize.
Okay. So he's snorkeling by your tubes.
Yep.
And you guys start calling him names.
No, we asked what he was doing and who he was, why he was there. Because we found it a little weird that he was not in a tube like everyone else, but he was snorkeling right by our tubes. And so we asked him what he was doing. He never said anything. So then we started calling him names, yeah.
Okay. And the purpose of you don't know him, do you?
No.
The purpose of calling a grown man that you've never met a raper.
That wasn't me.
Okay. The purpose of, do you know why that was said?
No.
To your knowledge, had Mr. Cockfield ever met Mr. Miu before?
No.
Okay. You think it was funny?
No.
Did you ever tell him to stop?
No.
Okay. And shortly after this is when Mr. Miu moves toward your tubes, is that right?
Yeah, when he runs at us.
Okay. And your statement to Investigator Dittman is that Mr. Miu was standing over your tubes. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know why he came up to your tubes?
No.
Was Jawan Cockfield holding a camera at that time?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, Mr. Miu he comes up to your tubes, then he walks around the tubes and actually starts to walk away from you guys, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're saying, your group is saying, get away, go, and he's doing that, right?
Not really.
You just said he was walking away.
But he didn't leave. He didn't walk away. He just walked a couple of steps and then stayed near.
And you guys follow?
No.
You don't advance toward him? Your group doesn't advance toward
We
him?
stayed by our tubes. As you saw in the still frames, I'm standing right next to our tubes.
You showed us the still frame, or we saw the still frame involving Isaac Schuman, right?
Yeah.
When he's got his arms up in the air like this, right?
Yes.
He's not standing next to his tube, is he?
I don't know. He might be. He might be able to see this tubes in the picture. I can't remember.
He's confronting Mr. Miu, isn't he?
No, had his hands up, raised. He was telling him to leave also. There was no confrontation at that point.
I guess what I'm trying to ask you here, Mr. Nelson, is you guys told him to leave, so he moves away from you. Then your group moves toward him. That's true, right?
I don't think he left. You keep saying he leaves, and he never really left.
Can you just bring it? I'd rather just see the video. Sure. I'm going to show you, I'm just going to play for you a really short portion of the video that you've already seen.
Okay.
Okay? And I want you to tell me, when you watch it, if it appears to you that Mr. Miu is walking away from your group.
Okay.
Okay?
Oh, wait. Keep it out until he's ready. Hold on a second. Yeah. Yes, we're ready.
So at 27 seconds, Mr. Nelson, I want you to watch this video first for a brief moment.
He's on camera. Guys, let's script it. He's on 4K. Yo, the new iPhone got that good quality. What do you say?
So he's walking away from where your tubes are.
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yeah, but at the end of the video, you can see him turn his body back towards us, and then I assume he walked back towards us.
You don't know if he did.
We could watch the rest of the video and find out.
Well, we will, but your group walks toward him, right? You keep saying they don't, and it's clear they're moving in his direction, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And you're moving in his direction because you've testified that you're scared, right?
Our tubes, we're all still right around our tubes. That's our property. We're not, like...
How come you don't go around him? You've said that he could...
What do you mean?
Hold on. You said he could leave, right?
Yeah.
He could have walked away. You could have walked away, right?
Yeah.
You didn't walk away either, did you?
No.
And that river, anybody can use that river, if we're being honest with one another, true?
Yeah.
Okay. So he doesn't have any more responsibility to walk away than you guys do, does he?
Nope.
Okay. And if I said to you that at some point this other group starts coming over, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, are you guys calling him a pedophile?
I think, yeah, we were previously.
You were previously calling him a pedophile?
Like, we were shouting, and that's, I think, why they came over.
Okay. And, I'm sorry, you said you believe that's why they came over?
They heard us shouting, so I believe, yeah.
And certainly, to you, shouting pedophile could be something that would draw people's attention, right?
Yes.
So, you don't have any information that he was looking for small children, do you?
No.
Okay. You'd agree, calling somebody a pedophile isn't the same thing as calling somebody like a jerk or an a-hole or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
That's like, you're telling somebody, or you're telling people this guy's looking to have sex with small children, right?
I didn't say that.
That's what a pedophile is, though, you know, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you guys, to a man you've never met before, have no information about, people in your group are yelling on the river that he's a pedophile. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And by your own admission, you believe that draws the attention of another group of people to come over.
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember independently, I know you've seen the video now, do you remember independently, he walks away from you guys kind of over to her, doesn't he? Like walking toward you. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. And she, to your recollection, immediately tells him, go, get your fucking ass, go. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. So, in terms of what you can see, she doesn't wait to find out what's actually happening either, does she?
No.
Right?
Yep.
She jumps into this and is yelling for Mr. Miu to go without knowing anything about what had happened based on the contact you had.
Yes.
Okay. And you describe her to police as, quote, getting in his face. Is that fair?
Yep.
What do you mean by that?
She was yelling at him to leave.
Well, you could yell at me to leave from here, right?
Yeah. She was close to him, right in front of him.
Okay, so I won't invade your space, but what in your definition of getting in someone's face is getting close to them. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. And is it in part based on the volume of her voice too?
Yeah.
Okay. So if I said to you what you observed is this woman, her name is Madison Cohen, but she is close to his face yelling at him. Is that fair? Yes?
Yep.
Okay. And at that point, he's alone, to your knowledge, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and that's a yes.
Yes, sorry.
And initially, there's 6 guys in your group.
Yep.
And you say that 2 females come over.
Yes.
Okay. More people come over as this continues on. Is that true?
Correct.
Okay. So at one point, it's at least, if you know, it's at least 10, 12 versus 1, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you, well, can I ask you this? Do you believe that the situation was getting, that the temperature was rising in terms of the situation as time was passing?
Maybe a little, yeah.
Okay, so it started out maybe here, and as time is going, the blonde shows up, it starts getting more and more heated. Is that fair?
A little, yeah.
Okay. So in a situation where it's getting more and more heated, would you agree that physically putting your hands on another person in that situation could be a show of aggression?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. That calls for a conclusion.
Sustained.
Did you see Madison Cohen, the blonde girl, put her hands on Nick Miu?
No.
Did you see her at any point move him or redirect him with her hands?
No.
Okay. Can you go to 39 for a minute? I do. So you had said that his presence here made you afraid.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to show you, do you recall ever saying personally in your contact, you got 10 seconds?
No, I don't remember saying that.
So you're not saying that you said it?
I don't remember saying that, no.
Okay. Do you recall other people in your group? Do you remember hearing that being said?
No.
Okay. To you is a statement, if I said to you, you got 10 seconds, is that something that you would take as a show of aggression?
Objection, Your Honor. It's same objection.
It's what?
It's the same objection. It's
sustained.
Can you play the video? So I need you to listen to this,
Okay.
Mr. Nelson, and it might take more than once, but I want you to listen to hear if you hear someone in your group saying that, okay?
I'm going to play from the 35-second mark to the 45-second mark. I think it happens at the 39-second or the 39.
Please tell us when you're ready for the video.
Ready.
What do you say?
Did you hear that?
No.
Okay, can you play it at least one more time?
Playing again at 36 seconds.
What do you say?
So you hear somebody say you got 10 seconds, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And that, based on, that's not Mr. Miu talking, right?
No.
Okay, so somebody in your group is saying you've got 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Okay. And at that point, are you still frightened?
Just more weirded out now.
Okay, so it goes from frightened to weirded out.
Yeah, he moved away from us a little bit, so it was more scared when he ran at us and grabbed our tubes, and then it became more like, who's this guy? I'm more weirded out.
Okay. Did it go from then weirded out to not really afraid at all?
Yeah.
Right. There comes a point that you've seen on here where your group has kind of surrounded Mr. Miu, and you're all taunting and pointing at him. Is that right?
I want to object, Your Honor, to the term surrounded. I think it's a mischaracterization of the
Come on
video.
up. Objections overruled. Mr. Shropshire.
So you would agree that your group had moved around him, and you watched the video, you're all pointing at him, taunting him, calling him a predator, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So is it fair to say at that point the fear has left you?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you personally feel more confident because the other group has come over?
Maybe a little.
Okay. So fair if I said strength in numbers. The more people that are around, the more confident you're becoming. Is that fair?
I guess I lost fear that he was going to do something weird to us, yeah.
Okay. And the other people coming over helped you lose that fear?
Yeah, we didn't, yeah.
Because you had a lot of people around, right?
Yeah.
Now, can I ask you, I don't want to get too close to you, but you say that, if this is fair, Madison Cohen, blonde girl.
Yep.
Is she in his face when she gets punched?
I would say she's at the same distance she was the whole time, so yeah.
Okay, so she's in his face, right?
Sure, yeah.
Would you say that's in his personal space?
Maybe.
Okay. So, based on your recollection, she may be standing in his personal space yelling at him, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, can you tell me, you said on direct examination that Mr. Miu punches her in the face with his right hand.
Mm-hmm.
Is that true?
Yes.
You believe that to be true?
I believe he struck her with his right hand, yes.
Okay. Are you aware that at the time that he would have struck her, he was holding onto a knife?
No, I was not aware.
Okay. If I told you that fact is true, would that change your opinion?
No.
You would still say a man who's holding a knife struck her in the face with his fist?
Yeah. The knife is not in front of his fist.
Okay, so you think you think that the knife is in his hand and he comes across and punches her in the face?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember would he have hit her on the left or the right side?
The right side, I believe. She fell down towards the left.
Okay, so you believe...
Sorry, I'm getting confused. Left side, I guess.
Okay, so you believe he's holding a knife in his hand and he punches her in the left side of her face?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you see any marks on her?
No, I didn't. I don't think they had time to pee marks or really check before everything happened.
Okay, but my question is, you don't see her have any marks on her face, true?
No, I didn't check for marks.
Okay. And you say that she goes down, is that right?
Yes.
All right. So I'm gonna show you. Okay. You want me to do the JPEG or the 2644, the photo of it. Okay.
Okay.
So now at 2644, I think you've testified you're moving forward.
Yes.
Okay. I do. Keep going. Okay, right there. So we've gone from 2644 to 2653, right?
Mm-hmm.
Different? That blonde is the girl that you said was punched in the face and went down, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you agree she's holding on to her drink? See that?
Yes.
And can you go one or two more, Aaron? Looks like she's got a cell phone tucked in her trunks on the top. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. You'd agree she doesn't go down, right?
If that was the woman that was punched, then
Well, she's the blonde, right?
yeah.
Okay. So you'd agree now looking at this, she doesn't go down?
Yeah.
Okay. You believed that she did go down though?
Yeah, maybe it was just a stumble. I guess I'm not sure. My attention was quickly averted to Mr. Miu after that.
Okay. All right. You had provided information or a statement to Officer Dittman. He had asked you about any contact that Isaac may have had with
Yeah.
Mr. Miu. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you had indicated that you never saw that happen. You never saw Isaac make physical contact with Mr. Miu.
Yes.
Okay. Have you seen, you watched the video, right?
Yes.
Okay. So now you're aware that Isaac has his hands around Mr. Miu's throat?
I didn't know that he had his hands around his throat, no.
You didn't see that?
No.
Okay. Is that something that you saw?
No. That was pretty late. I think Isaac was the last one stabbed on video. And so by that time I was focused on the guy next to me who had his whole stomach cut open.
Okay, but I guess my point is, initially you say you didn't see Isaac make contact with him. You see on that video somebody with their hands around Mr. Miu's throat, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you don't know if that's Isaac or not?
No. We can watch it again and I could tell you what I think, but I don't.
Is he wearing a bracelet, like a gold bracelet on his wrist?
I don't remember.
Okay. Now, can I ask you this? No, you'd agree with this. On that video, nobody is stabbed until Mr. Miu is punched in the face and knocked in the water, right? You agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay. And so you would agree that the people that are injured with the knife, that all happens after Mr. Miu has been knocked in the water, punched, slapped, pushed, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you don't attack Mr. Miu, do you?
No.
Okay. And he doesn't do anything to you, does he?
No.
That's all, Judge. Thank you.
Mr. Smithstone? Exhibit 3.
So Ryan, this Tropsy has asked you about Mr. Miu walking away from your group of tubes after he had run up on you.
Yes.
Did he walk downriver or upriver?
Back up towards that other group that.
I'm asking about when he first stepped away.
Downriver.
All right, and is that the direction your tubes were going?
Yeah.
So he was between you and the exit?
Yes.
You had indicated that you were holding on to the tubes. You didn't want to lose the tubes, obviously.
Yes.
You paid money for them. Was the natural flow of the river carrying your tubes towards him?
Yes.
A lot of questions about your memory. You do recall giving your statements to the police, right?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that this has been so long now that your statements to police were given when your memory was probably a little fresher than it is right now?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Is your memory better now? Mr. Terofsky had asked you if your memory is better now than it was back then.
Yes.
All right. Do you think that you remembered things better when you first talked to the police or now? Or the same? I think you said the same earlier.
Probably the same, yeah.
All right. Do you recall talking to the officers about the names that you'd called Mr. Miu?
No.
All right. You might have done that?
Maybe.
Would it refresh your memory to see a portion or hear a portion of what you told the officers with regard to calling him a pedophile?
Sure.
And the point is, Mr. Terofsky asked you why you left out the fact that you called him a pedophile. Do you remember that? In fact, you didn't leave that out? Your Honor, can I approach the witness to show him a digital copy of the transcript of his interview with Investigator Dittman? It's a transcript that was provided by Mr. Nelson.
For what purpose?
To refresh his memory as to what he told Investigator Dittman about what they were calling Mr. Miu at the time.
You say had trouble remembering? I lost that if you did.
Mr. Terofsky indicated that Mr. Nelson, Ryan Nelson, did not tell police that they were calling him a pedophile, which I intend to refresh his memory to show that he did tell the police that at the time, immediately after the incident.
Any objection?
If he needs his memory refreshed, he can do that. Judge, I don't know if I missed it either, so.
Yeah, I'm not hearing the magic words is I guess what I'm driving at. That this is going to help him refresh his memory.
It's 2 sentences.
I think you're missing the point.
All right. I'll move on, Your Honor. Is it possible that you told Officer Dittman or Investigator Dittman something back then that you don't remember now?
Yes.
And it would being able to see a transcript of what you said refresh your memory as to what you told them?
Yes.
Now can I do it, Your Honor?
On what issue?
I don't know.
Sustained.
Objection sustained.
Can we approach, Judge?
Yes. Let's continue. Mr. Smestad.
Ryan, do you remember telling an officer what kind of names you were calling Mr. Miu at the time?
No.
All right, and if can I approach Ryan? He's indicated he doesn't remember.
You have to ask him what will help him remember.
But if you saw a transcript of your interview with Investigator Diven, would that help you remember?
Oh, yes.
Now you can approach.
Showing you a digital copy of the transcript, you can just read the highlighted portion.
No.
Don't read it all out, read it to yourself. That help you remember what you told Investigator Diven?
Yes.
What did you tell him about the names you were calling Investigator Diven?
I said we were all calling him a pedophile and saying this is weird and he needs to get out of here.
So that wasn't was that information you were trying to keep from the police?
No.
At that point, were you aware that there had been a video made by John Cockfield of the incident?
Yes.
Were you aware that the police had it?
Yes.
At the time that Mr. Miu ran up and grabbed onto your tubes, did he grab them in an area where some of your friends had their legs positioned?
Yes. Objection leading.
Sustained.
Where did he grab your tubes?
Where we were sitting.
Were there people in those areas?
Yes.
What parts of their bodies, if any, were close to where he grabbed?
Legs.
Did you know whether or not he was trying to grab onto their legs?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Mr. Chirafisi had asked you about someone in your group saying you got 10 seconds. Do you know who that was directed at?
No.
You know who said it?
No.
Did you hear it on the video when he played it for you twice?
Yes.
Did you hear Mr. Miu being described as the person who had 10 seconds?
No.
Mr. Chirafisi had asked you about whether you had less fear of Mr. Miu once the other folks came up. Why did you have less fear?
I believe they were going to help us and help us get him away.
Were these other folks kids or adults?
Young adults.
After the blonde woman, Madison Cohen, is punched, did you take the time to check to see if she had any injuries to her face?
No.
You've seen the video of the incident here today?
Yes.
You had indicated earlier, I think, that everything sort of happened right after that, right?
Yes.
Did you see where Madison Cohen ended up going after she was punched? You didn't? Did you, you indicated that you thought she fell down, and then on cross-examination you said that she may have just stumbled backwards. Do you remember specifically whether she fell or stumbled backwards?
No.
But as you sit here today, is that what your impression of what happened was at the time?
Yes.
Mr. Chirafisi had asked you about Madison Cohen, the blonde woman, being in Mr. Miu's face. I'm going to show you a slide, a still. It is number 2593.
Tell us when you're ready.
We're ready. Do you see that still frame from the video?
Yes.
Is this what you were referring to?
Yes.
Is that where she was located when he punched her?
I believe so.
Do you remember where you were in relation to this photo off screen at that time?
to the left side of the women, the right side of Mr. Miu.
When she was punched, did you hear an impact?
Yes.
When you gave your two statements to the police, both one on the riverbank and one at the hospital, did you tell them that he had punched her?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Mr. Shropsy?
We would agree that when Mr. Miu moved over to go talk to Madison Cohen, you could have all just went right by.
Yes.
But you stayed, right?
Yep.
And you were asked about just the 10 seconds, right? You got 10 seconds.
Yes.
You didn't believe that was directed at you, did you?
I didn't hear it.
Okay. Would it make sense to you that it would be directed at Mr. Miu based on what was happening?
I'm not sure. I don't know who said it.
And you said that your fear was reduced once more people came, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so tell me if this is fair. When it was the 6 of you, you had, according to you, some level of fear. When it became 13, you didn't have any fear.
I had less fear, yes.
Okay. Through this whole thing, he was alone, right?
Yes.
Okay. So at one point, you know it's 13 versus 1, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said that you remember Ms. Cohen falling, and now you think that might be incorrect. Is that true?
Falling or stumbling.
The blonde, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That you say she was punched and she fell.
Some sort of falling or stumbling motion, yes. I believe that's true.
Okay. You'd agree that she never dropped her drink in that picture, right?
Yeah.
And her phone doesn't leave her body, right?
Yeah.
Mr. Nelson, I appreciate your time today.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Nelson. You can step down. Is he released from his subpoena? No? Okay. Is there a coordinator here that can assist him? All right. She'll give you further instructions about what to do and where to go. Please leave the exhibit with the attorney.
All right, move for the admission of 62.
Any objection? 62 is received. Are there other exhibits that need to be addressed?
25 plus 25 admitted.
Yes.
We're waiting for some foundation on 27.
All right. Members of the jury, it's 4:30, so we're going to break for the day. In a moment, the bailiffs will take you out. I do have a few instructions for you before you leave. One, no discussion about this case with others, not amongst yourselves, not with the lawyers, not with the members of the public, not with the media. Do not talk about the case when you get home. I know it's going to be tough, but you have to decide this case only on the evidence presented at trial, and you cannot be influenced by others. Second instruction, no independent research or investigation. Do not go to the internet to look up things that you think may be helpful. Do not visit the site. Do not look at maps. Again, the attorneys have to present the evidence for you to decide here in the courtroom. Third, do not watch or read any media reports or social media posts about the trial. Frankly, you're getting a front row seat to this entire trial. Anything that you see on the internet could be misleading. The final instruction is come back tomorrow morning. We need you all at 8 o'clock before we can get started. The bailiff will give you new directions about the entrance. You're not going to come in the main door. There's a new door that you're going to come in. He will give you the instructions about where that door is. There's also special parking for you in the morning. Please use it so that you are segregated from the rest of the public. Please take the jury out.
All rise for the jury.
Chris, could you move the easel out of the way? Thank you. please be seated. All right, we're outside the presence of the jury. The attorneys are present with Mr. Miu. Mr. Miu, is there anything for the record, Mr. Anderson?
Yes, tomorrow, there was a number of witnesses who were properly served, out-of-state witnesses through the interstate subpoena process. They wouldn't, I think there's 6 that wouldn't meet with us, so we expected them here at 8 a.m. today. They were not here today, so the victim witness reached out to them and essentially said, if you're not here tomorrow, there might be a warrant issued. So my understanding is most, if not all of them by now, have agreed to come here at 8 a.m. tomorrow. I don't think we're gonna be ready for them by 8 a.m. tomorrow, but because they wouldn't meet with us, weren't here yesterday when they were, or today, sorry, when they were subpoenaed, my request would be, rather than, I mean, Your Honor could tell them to just wait here every day, or bring them in outside the presence of the jury, stress the importance of being here when either side asks for them to be here, and inform them of the potential consequences if they don't.
So tell me what you want me to do.
Just, I'd like them to hear from Your Honor that a subpoena is not discretionary. They have to be here. With all of our witnesses, we give them the courtesy of trying to plan when they're going to be here. Okay. These people refused to meet with us, so they didn't. So they should have been here yet today. They weren't. So I just like Your Honor to stress, if they're not here when either side tells them to be here, they could get a warrant.
Okay, so they're not going to testify tomorrow. No. They're going to be scheduled for a different day, and you want me to impress upon them the importance of honoring a subpoena?
Yes.
All right. And expect them to come back on a different day?
Yes.
All right.
I know specifically one of them is one we probably won't call, but I know defense will.
Judge, would you consider, I don't care how you do it, making them sign a bail?
I'd have to research it.
I think you can do that. I mean, I'm not telling you what to do, but I think you can do that. And my concern is if you impress upon them the seriousness of it and they don't come back, we're in the middle of this case and 6 or 7 witnesses are missing, some of which I want. So I guess it's just an option.
Yeah, I mean, what is it that you need before you can have them testify? I mean, why not have them testify when they're here?
It's going to result in, I mean, we try to present a linear story to the jury and it'd be out of order then, and I frankly don't want to change how we present the case because witnesses who are supposed to be here aren't here.
But it's your case. You present it how you want. If you're not ready for them tomorrow and they're here, I will do what I can within my power to have them come back on a different day. But if they're not here, your options may be limited.
Yes, understood.
Same with you, Mr. Trofasi.
Understood. I guess at that point I would ask that you issue a material witness warrant, though. I wouldn't be as forgiving. So.
All right.
And yeah, if I could pick
yes.
That kind of, at least Mr. Carlson, if he's here tomorrow, I'm going to serve him with our subpoena as well, and we're not going to release him. I have no reason to believe he's going to come back, so I feel a little bit bad about it, but I'm going to ask that he stay here until I need him, because I have the power to do that, and he's given me no reason to do anything other than that.
He's a Minnesota resident?
Yes, but he's been served by the state.
Right.
But once he's here, I can serve him here in person, which
yes.
crosses the state line. So
right.
Both of those things, and then everyone agrees he's a material witness. So.
Okay. All right, so we'll cross that bridge tomorrow. Anything else?
No.
Okay, Mr. Trofasi?
We could just maybe off the record, just who are the witnesses for tomorrow?
We can do that in a moment when we go offline here. One thing I just want to comment on is obviously the video and the still frames are going to be an important part to both of your cases. But I am concerned if every witness called is going to be commenting on what they see in the video. Oh, I see this, I see that. The jury is the ones who ultimately get to decide what they see in the video. So to have other witnesses come in and comment strikes me as being more argumentative than anything else. Both of you did it today, but I want that to desist. I want you to desist from doing so. Mr. Nelson?
Obviously, there's different ways to use it.
Yes.
You know, I see a manner in which we use it in the future to impeach them. They
Yes.
say X happened, and we want to show them the video to say not X. And so I would assume, I don't want to say free reign, but that's an appropriate use of
Yes.
the video.
Yes. And for example, one question that sticks out in my mind is, I think it was with Mr. Nelson, do you see somebody else in the video holding up his hands? Do you see anything in his hands? I mean, the jury can see it as well as anybody else. So that's the type of question that I think is going to really slow us down and confuse the jury. If you need to use it for impeachment about their own testimony, that's fair game. If you want to question them about what they're doing and what is being depicted of them in the video, that's fine too. But for witnesses to be commenting on other things that they may happen to see in the video, apart from their recollection, outside of the things I've just described, I think would be a misuse of our time.
Your Honor, one of the issues with that is that particular set of questions, and it's going to come up over and over, that's Isaac Schuman, and he can't testify, obviously. So that's why I asked Mr. Nelson if he had anything in his hands. I can't ask him that. I can't ask Mr. Schuman himself.
I understand, but we can all see it.
Right.
It's plain as day.
I assume the same applies for law enforcement. We're not going to ask law enforcement what they see or saw in the video.
Within the confines that I've talked about, right. Right. Because otherwise we're going to have, 40, 50 witnesses providing their interpretation and their opinion about what they think happened. Well, those interpretations and opinions are personal to them, but they're not relevant to what the jury has to decide. So I just want to stick to the facts, stick to the things that this jury is going to be tasked with doing. Okay. All right, that's all. I'll be back tomorrow and ready to go at 8 a.m.
Is yours? You got to figure.
And that is a wrap of the very first day of the Apple River stabbing trial in Hudson, Wisconsin, St. Croix County Circuit Court. We got through opening statements today. Obviously, a jury seated this morning. And now 2 witnesses, including Ryan Nelson there at the end, a friend of the victim here, Isaac Schuman, one of the young tubers who were out on the river that day. Obviously, the headline today is our first glimpse at the cell phone video capturing 3 minutes and 20 seconds. It is fast, it is loud, it is chaotic. It was shot by Juwan Cockfield, a friend of Isaac Schuman, in the river. I suppose it depends on what side of the lens you may look at it and what you see in that video. The 2 sides in opening statements, taking their best shot, going frame by frame at times, trying to convince the jury what they see in it. Of course, Nicolae Miu, the defendant here, claims this was self-defense. He was concerned about his life, protecting his life. He was being attacked, in his words. He was punched, he was knocked down, he was in the water, he was scared, he was alone. His group was upriver a couple hundred feet, and then he had an angry, what the defense has described as a mob, a pack, a drunken group of not just teenagers, but then young adults nearby, a second group that sort of converged around Miu's position. At this point, as we wrap up our coverage this afternoon, and we so thank you for joining us, our viewers, of course, and now criminal defense attorney Eric Nelson joining us. Eric, we left off with you right after the state opening statement. We did not hear from you after the defense. Before we get into what you thought of Aaron Nelson's delivery, I have to ask you your quick twitch reaction to the cell phone video. What do you see there? Is this case over already, or is it nuanced?
Yeah, I think it goes directly to the point I was making earlier, is that video is going to be critical for the defense. My knee-jerk reaction was that it's understandable why Mr. Miu felt intimidated and afraid under those circumstances. That was my absolute knee-jerk reaction.
And you heard there Aaron Nelson describing alcohol-infused, sort of a pack of kids. I mean, he
clearly stated throughout the course of his opening that this was a kind of a mob mentality, that more and more people were coming into the fold, increasing the fear. And then he carried that through the defense carried that through with the cross-examination of Mr. Nelson there at the end.
And that young tuber, all of these youngsters who were on the river that day are going to have to come in and answer some tough questions about the language that was used. Why did they target Miu? He, by all accounts, would have looked out of place in his mid-50s, you know, as his attorney described, out of shape, large, maybe uncomfortable. You know, English is a, you know, third, fourth, fifth language for him in the river that day. And all of a sudden, there's this confrontation. There seem to be opportunities to perhaps avoid it from the beginning, perhaps, but then once it gets going, and we see in that video, it just escalates, escalates, escalates. Your just quick thoughts about sort of the subtlety of the way Aaron Nelson described, you know, we've called it stabbing before. He used jabbing. I've heard him use cutting. The subtle use of the knife by his side. What do you make of that behavior as it relates to his claim of self-defense?
I think that's going to be really important as we move forward and see other witnesses, particularly any medical examiner or any sort of autopsy evidence that we see. How many injuries goes directly to some of the questions about the reasonableness of the use of force and whether the amount of force that was used was reasonable under the circumstances. So softening it up a little bit is playing well into the defense theory.
And the way Aaron Nelson defined sort of the self-defense and then the reasonableness of in that moment. Now, this video is shot from a young tuber's perspective. We're looking through his camera. We have to sort of turn around, or at least the jury will have to turn around and see this from Nicolae Miu's perspective, correct?
Correct. That is a critical component of the self-defense claim, that you have to look at it from what he was feeling, what he was experiencing, not from, you know, a third-party observer.
And I know we talked about it earlier in our coverage today, the idea that we now know Miu, I'm going to use the term lied, misled, told falsehoods to law enforcement immediately after his detention and arrest. How critical is that, or is this really all overridden by this video? What happens in those 3.5 minutes that we get to see right now on your screen here?
I think it's very important for any defense attorney to own up to the bad facts. Any lawyer, you've got to own up to the bad facts if you have in any case, and to confront it and address it right away is incredibly important. I also think that you heard Mr. Nelson say that Mr. Miu is going to be testifying. He said directly to the jury that you're going to hear it from him.
Yes, no doubt. We're being told that this trial will go about 2 weeks. You heard there. We're going to start again tomorrow at 8 a.m. I did have one question. Perhaps you could kind of shed some light. It was sort of off. It was on the record, but after the jury left the room, there was some talk about some concerns about out-of-state witnesses showing up. You asked the state, they want all of their witnesses subpoenaed out of state, perhaps ones that might be in, you know, maybe some trouble themselves. Carlson, who sort of you know, was involved in the first physical altercation with Miu that day. Sounds like he hasn't been responsive to his subpoena. Talk us through that issue and why it's so important to make sure these witnesses get to trial over these next couple of weeks when they're supposed to.
I mean, the attorneys know what these individuals said to investigators at the time of the original statements were made. They know what they want, what evidence they want to have in. And it's important that that any lawyer gets to confront and cross-examine those statements that have been made. It's complicated when you're dealing with people who live across state lines. There's a different procedure that's usually involved, and you know, it's a little bit more tricky to get people into court when you're crossing a state line.
And again, they just used the last name of that witness. We're assuming, or I'm assuming, it's Dante Carlson. But again, there would be that would not be 100% certainty, as several Carlsons were in that one tubing group known as the Carlson group. There was a Carlson group, the Miu group, and then the Cockfield Schuman group. So there were 3 groups of tubers, and basically those 2, the younger tubers, and again the young adult tubers, it sort of converged on Nicolae Miu as he's in the river there that day. I'm curious. It was the first time we heard Isaac Schuman's blood alcohol level up around 0.22 at the time of autopsy. That is high. He's a 17-year-old. We also have seen in that video he does at the very end have his hands wrung around Nicolae Miu's neck. Your quick thoughts on what we learned today in that regard?
Yeah, those are very important pieces of information for the defense. I mean, certainly people do things when they're impaired by alcohol that they wouldn't otherwise do. Certainly makes people a little bit more bolder and a little bit more sure of themselves. Obviously, those photographs of the victim's hands around Mr. Miu's neck go a long way to the self-defense.
And you heard the prosecution there at the end, again, kind of out of the earshot of the jurors, describing, wanting to tell his story, you know, on a linear line, if you will. His first witness was the owner of the campground that played kind of a crucial role as a locator. And then the first friend, perhaps not drinking as much, maybe the most sympathetic, you know, first friend might be how the state chose their first witness. But as they're laying out the case, Eric, what are you seeing when they talk about linear, when you see their first couple witnesses? Just some thoughts there on how this district attorney is laying out his case in the early going.
It's a very common approach for prosecutors to just kind of lay out the facts in as close to a chronological order as is possible. You're going to see probably tomorrow some of the other kids who were part of that group. I think it also is beneficial for them to kind of get through the more difficult part of their case and then move on to the more scientific and law enforcement parts of the case.
And I want to take a moment here, Eric, just to remind our viewers the charges Nicolae Miu is facing. We've talked about it off the top. This is a first-degree intentional murder trial. Conviction on that top count is a life sentence in Wisconsin. He then has the 4 attempted first-degree intentional murder counts against him. Very early to start analyzing whether this is overcharged, undercharged. But given Wisconsin's rules, and I've seen it in Wisconsin. In fact, I think it happened in one of your high-profile cases over there. We've talked throughout the day about the Levi Aker Kendall trial, where in the end, the prosecution actually ended up sort of what we call a lesser-included murder count, because some people may see that first-degree intentional, cold-blooded killing, not necessarily premeditated, but a first-degree act. Is there still an opportunity for this prosecution team, should it become available to them, or they feel the case comes in such a way, to include some lesser murder counts that might be more something the jury wants to reach out to?
Yes, absolutely. As the case unfolds, the prosecution can move to amend the complaint to include lesser includeds, and that is certainly a tool that's available to them.
And again, tomorrow... Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
And tomorrow, again, you expect more of the witnesses, more of the tubers kind of stay in this realm of questioning what people saw. I was curious. We saw the judge there at the end kind of not admonishing, but kind of wanting to put a quick end to asking witnesses what they see in this video. All these screenshots have been used frame by frame because you need them, frankly, right? That video goes quickly. I think both set of attorneys really wanted to point out what you're looking at as you watch that video in real time. But the judge said something there about he doesn't want to have any more questions about what do you see in the video? Do you see this? Do you see that? Could you explain what the judge is doing there?
The judge is trying to focus the attention of the jury on the important pieces of evidence, right? The jury is completely capable of viewing the evidence, looking at, trying to determine who did and said what at any particular instance. So the judge is basically trying to expedite the trial by saying, you know, you're allowed to ask questions about what that witness did, what that witness said, what that witness saw, but asking for those witnesses to interpret the intent behind other people that may be in the video runs afoul, and it's going to just drag down and bog down the trial.
And I know, Eric, you're a veteran criminal defense attorney. We really appreciate this perspective. I'm going to ask a question. Maybe I know where this will head, but after this first day of trial, did you see one side coming out ahead? I mean, there was a lot of stuff we didn't know publicly. Obviously, they chose a jury here that wouldn't know nearly as much as we did coming in. Did you think one side had a better day, just perhaps based on opening statements and that video, seeing it for the first time? Did one side come out ahead on day one?
Yeah, it's very early in the case, and you've got a couple of witnesses under the belt, so to speak. But from my perspective, I mean, I just think Aaron Nelson's opening was spectacular. He was thematic in terms of what the defense is, that it was clear. And he certainly reminded the jury several times that the proper perspective is the perspective of Mr. Miu. I'm not saying that the DA did a bad job. I think the DA did what the DA does, and they laid out their case sort of in a sort of a chronological step-by-step analysis. I think they failed to own up to some bad facts that they have.
Well, there you go. Eric Nelson, criminal defense attorney. Thank you so much for joining us throughout the day. We have reached the end of our streaming service on our Fox 9 digital platforms. But I do want to remind our viewers this trial expected to go 2 weeks. We will have gavel-to-gavel coverage throughout until we get a verdict in this case. The judge there telling both sides to be ready at 8 a.m. tomorrow, Tuesday. We will be right back here for you at that point. Good night.